So good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear generals, your excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sorry for the slight delay. I understand that some transport shuttle buses have been stuck in the traffic jam in the morning, so we start with some minutes in delay. My name is Raffaela Woller, and I work for the Center for Cultural Property Protection of the University for Continuing Education, Krems. And today I have the great pleasure and honor to guide you through the first half of this conference program, so through the first half day until our lunch break, which we will have at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Once again, and on behalf of the whole organizing team, I'd like to thank you all, the speakers and also the audience, for joining us for this great international conference program, which we have on cultural property protection here in the Sala Terrena of the National Defense Academy here in Vienna for the 70th anniversary of the 1954 Hague Convention for the protection of cultural property in the event of armed conflict. Yesterday, we already heard a lot about the significance of cultural heritage, be it tangible or intangible cultural heritage, and the meaning it has to people and to societies. How important it is for the identity of a society, and also the psychological aspects behind it. We had several talks in which it was underlined how crucial it is to strengthen the resilience of our cultural heritage, and also what important role it plays in conflict and crisis scenarios or situations, and therefore also for our armed forces. We heard about the legal background of the 1954 Hague Convention and its protocols, and also about, let's say, the dark side of cultural heritage, so the potential to misuse it and how it can be instrumentalized in crisis or of conflict parties, actually. In the afternoon, we could follow an interesting discussion about the collaboration of international organizations, also of national and regional organizations, and how important it is to form partnerships in order to successfully tackle CPP issues, actually. And today we will start with the first session on the implementation of cultural property protection within armed forces and during armed conflict. The main focus will be on effective education and training in this framework, as well as on the requirements for effective cultural property protection and lessons identified and learned during the last years. Like yesterday, please keep your questions available for the speakers. We will have a joint discussion round at the end of a session. So I would then ask all the speakers of one session to come up here on the stage and answer the questions of the audience. And with that, I'd like to start with our first speaker. Please allow me to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Alfio Golotta, who introduced himself actually already yesterday a bit, but allow me to say some words on his professional career once again. So, Lieutenant Colonel Alfio Golotta is currently seconded as police officer for cultural heritage at Brussels at the European External Action Service. And in this function, his focus is on integrating cultural heritage in conflict and crisis scenarios within the EU external action. He's a law graduate from the University of Rome and joined the Italian Carabinieri in 1999. Lieutenant Colonel Golotta commanded multiple units in peacekeeping and anti-criminal operations and served in Iraq, Afghanistan, and in the UK. Before his secondment to Brussels in 2022, as far as I know, he held leadership roles within the Carabinieri Command for the Protection of Cultural Heritage, so the Carabinieri TPC. And today, Lieutenant Colonel Golotta will talk about cultural heritage protection and its training within the EU. Lieutenant Colonel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Raffaella. Thank you again for having me here. I promise it's the last time you see me on this stage. I don't want to bother you too much. As I said yesterday, today we're going to bet a little more in what the European Union is doing on cultural heritage protection and why it is working on cultural heritage protection. And we will start from what I am actually implementing. There is this document here from 2021, the concept on cultural heritage in conflict and crisis. That is the first EU policy specifically refer to cultural heritage protection. The first but not the only, because later on there was another one. But the peculiar thing about the work that the European Union is doing, that it started working outside of its borders, because the concept is for the external action of the European Union, and then also started working specifically on countering crime related to cultural heritage within the border of the European Union with another policy paper that we're not going to analyze today. By the way, that is the action plan for countering trafficking of cultural goods. What is this? This is basically a piece of paper produced by the European External Action Service that in itself is just an idea. What gives the basis for what the work that the European Union is actually doing is the fact that the Council was backed later on in June 2021, actually, by the Council conclusion. What are the Council conclusions? It's the decision of the Council of the European Union to adhere to what is written within that policy and to implement it. So the policy in itself is not binding. The Council conclusion are a political view, it's not legally binding. Nevertheless, it means that there is the decision from the Council of the European Union to work in the implementation of the concept. And that is why the European Union started systematically to work on cultural heritage protection. And how it is defined, cultural heritage within this policy. There is nothing new. Yesterday, we analyzed the Hague Convention, and that there are many conventions that already set up the international framework for dealing with cultural heritage protection. The concept simply systematized that for the work that the European Union has to do and address cultural heritage as a driver of conflict and crisis and as a vector of peace and development. And it's really important to be actually capable to understand this dualism in the nature of cultural heritage, because what is very important, and I said it yesterday, and I will underline it today too, what the European Union do in its external action is to support partner countries and partner organizations. And one of the principles of the work of the European Union is the do no harm principle. So if by working on cultural heritage, perhaps there can be some backfire, some problems, some underlining or enhancing a situation of conflict that is already present, then it is better to take a breath, realize what kind of action is possible to do and what kind of action is better to postpone or to do in a second moment. So how do we go from a factor of conflict to a vector of peace and security? And European Union work in its external action is based on the 2016 global strategy. And one of the priorities of the global strategy is the integrated approach. What is the integrated approach? Is the approach to external conflict and crisis of the European Union that needs to take into account all the possible stages and all the possible aspects of conflict and crisis. It's difficult, of course, but the point is that conflicts are not easy. Conflicts are on the rise. There is no quick solution to conflict. So you have to analyze all the possible aspects of a crisis, when you have to work in it, when you have to try and solve it, when you have to work with your partners in order to understand how to find a solution to this crisis. And cultural heritage has been recognized as a part of the integrated approach of the European Union in its external action, with that dualism in mind, vector of peace, but also driver of conflicts. How? I'm not going into too much detail. First, I don't want to bore you to that, and secondly, there is no time to deal in every specific aspect of the concept. But I want to give you just some ideas of how the European Union is implementing this concept and why training is important. Nevertheless, all the documents I've cited are public, so if you are interested, you can have a look at them by yourself. So what is the operational approach of the European Union in protecting cultural heritage? It's basically based on preventive action, safeguarding measures, and recovery processes, which again comes from the existing international legal frameworks. Cultural heritage and preventive action, inventories and data collection, cultural policies, preventive diplomacy, education, and fight against disinformation and preparedness measures. Again, nothing new. We all know those ideas come basically from the international frameworks that is already in place. What we're doing is we're trying to support partners in developing their own capacity in this. And it's not easy because I know, or at least I know it from Italy because I'm Italian, not all this action that ideally should have already been in place are not even in the European Union, not even in the member state countries. But there are member states that have specific expertise, and as I said yesterday, what the European Union is trying to do is to combine the different capacities of different member state authorities in order to work better together. Safeguarding measures, emergency measures, something will happen. You will have to have emergency measures in place. Refugees for endangered property, dialogue and mediation, fight against trafficking in cultural property. A big part of cultural heritage protection is countering trafficking of cultural property within the European Union and outside its border, because the European Union is not only a source country for illicit cultural property, but also a transit and a final destination, and mitigation measures. Finally, cultural heritage and recovery, mainly with UNESCO, but not only with UNESCO. The European Union is funding and supporting projects all over the world. I can cite, for instance, Iraq and Yemen for reconstruction after crisis event. This is very important. It is important to rebuild. It is important to rebuild in the way that is indicated by the reference stakeholders in this field, which the European Union is not. Why? Because reconstruction is a catalyst for having these areas that have been in the midst of crisis or conflict to restart living again. And it is what is happening, actually, also thanks to the support of the European Union, for instance, in northern Iraq. From theory to practice, so there are the policies in place, and there is a unit of the European External Action Service, the unit in which I am working in, that is supposed to operationalize this concept. One thing is having a set of policy, another thing is having the job done. That is the difficult part, and that is why it's important, first, to have specialized personnel working on this, and secondly, have general trainings. One thing I forgot, just for you to know, the European Union is also monitoring what it's doing on cultural heritage in conflict and crisis, and it published an annual report hopefully by the end of this month or the beginning of the next one, the third one will be published. And it's a collection of all the activities that the European Union is doing, specifically in this field. As I said, this stemmed from the Council conclusion because the Political and Security Committee asked to the EAS and Commission to follow up on this. Okay, we created this, we don't want this to be just a piece of paper, we want to implement it. So there is a series of results that you can go and check. But as I said, the first step is know what you're dealing with. And I've been working on this since 2019, starting as a civilian coordinator for training for cultural heritage protection for civilian mission back in 2019. And with many people that is in this room today, we started working on elaborating a training for civilian mission on cultural heritage protection. But before starting to draft the training, we requested to the European Union civilian mission what was the situation with awareness on cultural heritage protection. And as I said, it was pretty, I would say, low. Less than 1% of the officers that were in that moment employed in European Union mission, I'm talking about 2020, not 1800, never, ever heard about training or participated to a training on cultural heritage protection. So we had to basically start from scratch. Nevertheless, the need was there because the majority of officers participating to the mission requested this training. The process, it's a complicated process and it's set up in the policy for training for the European civilian common security and defense policy mission. It's a long process. It lasted 1 year. And at the end of the year, we realized as this training requirements analysis on cultural heritage protection on March 2021, that gave the basis, the idea for training on cultural heritage protection for officers participating to the civilian CSDP mission with 3 levels of training, training for specific roles, and this is very important, induction training for each mission. So that was the idea back in 2021. How is the situation in this moment? Has the TRA been fully implemented? Not yet. Not yet because training is complicated and in some cases it's a responsibility of member states, in other cases it's a responsibility of the missions that are on the ground. Nevertheless, today, in this moment, awareness on cultural heritage protection is part of the pre-deployment training in every CSDP mission. So every single officer that will participate to a mission at least will have awareness on cultural heritage protection, and it's not bad from this point of view. There is dedicated training for cultural heritage protection within the ESDC framework. The ESDC is the European Security and Defense College. It's basically a system of training facilities of European Union member states. One of this training, the pilot of this training, is held here in Austria by the Center for Cultural Property Protection of the University of Krems. Another one is in Italy at the Center for Higher Studies. And also last year, there was the first dedicated induction training for the Caucasus, an online training. I know it's not the best of the possibility, But again, let's work on what we have and let's build on what we need. That was very well received, again, with the support of the Center for Cultural Property Protection of the University of Krems and many people that is very well known and already in this room. And it was a success. It's important. The participants to the mission were absolutely happy about how the training was delivered and about the information that was in the training, specifically dedicated to the Caucasus. It's the beginning, I hope at least, of a development process that will include also not only CSDP, civilian CSDP mission, but also military mission and delegation. You know, the missions and operation, and I will finish because I'm taking too much time. Mission and operation are not the only tool that the European Union uses to work abroad. The main point of interaction with partner countries for the European Union are the delegation. The Commission is also developing through the foreign policy instrument a specialized training, awareness training for delegation on, among many things, regarding international cultural relations, also protection of cultural heritage, because it's recognized as a part of the activities that delegation has to do. And if you look at the report, you will see that action pertaining to cultural heritage are not only brought in countries in which there are missions, but also in countries in which only the delegation are, and perhaps through twinning and TIEX, that is the instrument that I cited yesterday for peer-to-peer exchange between European Union member states, institution and third countries institution. The European Union is supporting capacity building for third countries. So hopefully by the beginning of the next year, there will be also this other training for the delegation. And by spreading the word, by letting people understand the importance of this, we will have a multiplying effect. And I've been seeing this in the last 2 years. The more we talk about it, the more we explain the importance, the more we have responsible people in the delegation and in the mission, understanding the importance, talking with partners, it's something that it's building up. And I truly hope that it continue to build up also with your support. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention. I hope I shed some light on what the European Union is doing in this field. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel, for this very interesting talk and your very valuable insights in the work and the approach of the European External Action Service. And yeah, with this, once again, the reminder, please keep your questions available, keep them in mind for the discussion round at the end of the session. And with that, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who will be Mr. Manfred Pinegger. He's an outstanding security expert and has more than 25 years of professional experience in the Austrian Ministry of the Interior in the areas of operational special police units, combating serious organized financial, economic and corruption crime, Interpol investigations and combating cybercrime. His international missions include, in chronological order, since 2001, Kosovo, Bolivia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Argentina, and between 2021 and 2023, the European Union Advisory Mission in Ukraine, where he was responsible for the protection of cultural heritage. In addition, Mr. Pinegger works as a management consultant and trainer and is member of the Committee for Security and Risk Management at Austrian Standards. This year, he moved to the Security Academy of the Austrian Ministry of the Interior and became Austrian POC for the Interpol Global Academy Network. The title of Mr. Pinegger's today's talk is Cultural Heritage Crime in Wartime and Beyond, And with this, I think we just need to skip the presentation, and then I hand over to Mr. Pinegger. Thank you.
Very good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Excellencies and Generals. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Yesterday, after the first day, I really thought, how can I just introduce this this short presentation with a beneficiary aspect for you? And I'm a person that is since 30 years member of the Ministry of the Interior, but I'm also in the private business. And I yesterday thought what we badly need is some good marketing for cultural heritage. And in this regard, I would like to open, before I start with the presentation, with a little bit of an introductory thought. We yesterday heard a lot of the importance of cultural heritage, but to my personal experience, decision makers, and there are sitting some decision makers over here, and I will be very frankly speaking to you, they have, psychologically speaking, two main motivations to take important decisions. The first one is a headache. The first one is a very, very big problem. If you speak to a politician, if you speak to some high-ranking official, they have so much to do that if you want to get through with a certain aspect, with a certain topic, it helps a lot if this person really personally, subjectively, feels it as an urgent problem, as a headache. The second motivation is to have this person in a position where he or she can really personally benefit a lot of that. So I always say, and the Oscar goes to, and you just provide that to the decision maker. And I experienced that, and this is the intro to my presentation, I experienced that several times in my career, and also several times in an international field when I was consulting museums, when I was consulting decision makers in the cultural heritage private field. So what I want to offer you is just an idea of how maybe it is possible to get these two motivational factors into your personal strategies when we're talking about cultural heritage protection. And this is where I want to start my presentation, because when in 2022, yes, on the 24th of February 22, we know that Russia invaded Ukraine. And suddenly, the whole mission, the European Union Advisory Mission Ukraine, was standing upside down. The mission needed to be evacuated, and we had to leave Kiev, and the Ukraine was pretty challenging. And we had to continue and to uphold the mission doing home office at that time. And 24th of February, the invasion started from Russia. And on the 7th of March, not even 2 weeks later, I received an email on my desk where my head of unit, I was at that time working for the National State Security Unit due to my law enforcement background, and he told me, look, Manfred, we have a problem. So what happened? I received an email with the internet publication of the International Guardian, the Guardian newspaper article. And you have to imagine, less than 2 weeks after the invasion, there was already an international attention to what Russian troops did in the Ukraine. So we already had publications where there was reports on international media that there were international war crimes conducted on the side of the Russian troops against the identity of Ukraine. And ladies and gentlemen, at that time, in the European Union Advisory Mission in Ukraine, cultural heritage, as my friend Alfio already mentioned, was not even a topic, I feel. It was not a topic. Absolutely not. The head of mission, an excellent leader, again and again told me, look, Manfred, this is nothing we have to deal with, because the perspective and the anticipation was not there at that time. So what did I do? I told them, you know what? And we had a very close relation at that time, and the National State Security Unit, we were really working closely with the National Security and Defense Council, NSDC. This is the body directly under Zelensky, President Zelensky. We're working with the Security Service of Ukraine and also with the Foreign Intelligence Service of Ukraine. So we were really with the intelligence bodies who at that time were strongly under fire. And what we did, and what me and my team, we did, said, you know what, sir? I talked to my head of mission. That could be a problem. If we don't do anything about that, that will rise up and will be a big problem. And he said, why? I said, you know what? I think if one of those rockets again and again strikes the Ukrainian cultural heritage sites, what they did, and our mission has nothing to say about that, and has it not even on the radar, not even having it as a topic, I think I don't want to be in your shoes when you have to justify that in front of the European Commission. And that was a game changer. That was a game changer. And I just want to give you an idea how we then approached and what the end of that was, and what maybe it can also be considered a little bit of a big, as a best practice. I came up with the idea to establish a conference, and there are a lot of very charming persons sitting here today in the audience who supported me very much. At that time, once again, for those who at that time really supported this pioneer idea to come up with an international conference, thank you once again for what you contributed so that we were in the end able to host this conference in Lviv. What were the goals of the conference, experts and participants of this conference, and its content and outcomes of the conference? This is the brief summary that I want to give you, and just to give you an idea how things can really change even in the mission. The goals of the conference were raising awareness on the importance of cultural heritage crime in the context of war, and of course also to point out the strong relation to severe organized crime concerning the Ukrainian cultural goods. The second goal was we wanted to bring together not only law enforcement experts, but we wanted to jointly bring together two worlds, the world of the law enforcement community as well as the world of the cultural expertise in Lviv. And in addition to that, we were even able to get some judicial experts on board. And the third goal was to enhance the possibility to have direct exchange in knowledge experiences between the international experts and the experts representatives on the side, of course, of the Ukrainian interlocutors and the decision makers. Who did participate in this conference? And here you can see that in the very moment it is a possibility to get the decision makers on board and to get it really in their mind that now the situation is a subjectively felt problem. Then suddenly the doors went open, and we had, as I said, the law enforcement judiciary experts, the External Action Service was present, Eurojust, we had the Italian Carabinieri, of course, we had the International Criminal Court, Interpol, World Customs Organizations, and we had experts also from the human rights fields, including the University of Warsaw and also the European Union Advisory Mission. Cultural experts, I think it is the who's who then showed up and was present in Lviv. UNESCO, ICOM Secretariat, ICOM Ukraine, Blue Sheet International, and so on. I don't want to get into detail because it's just to give you an overview. And a lot of those actors, of course, a lot of those cultural heritage protectors are here again in this audience. But in addition to that, it was not only the international community that was present, but we were able to get on board the national Ukrainian side, the decision makers. This is what IFU said, and this is a very important strategic aspect, that we needed to come up and we needed to build awareness and to raise awareness also on the Ukrainian side, on our interlocutors, to make them see the importance, also the long-term importance of cultural heritage protection. So it was the Ministry of Culture, Katarina Čueva, as at that time the Minister for Culture was present, and she just wanted to come for a short note and a short speech at the first day of the conference, and then she decided, because of everybody present, to stay over the whole day. So that was a very emotional commitment also that changed at the very moment when the people were participating in Lviv. The governor of Lviv, mayor of the Lviv city, and of course, and that was very important as well, the high-ranking decision makers of the law enforcement agencies on the side of our country, Ukraine. So the security service of Ukraine, they sent really their, let's say, highest decision makers to be there, to be able to network, to be able to interact. In the end, yes, we were able to establish that conference in a hybrid format so that we also were able to provide a long-lasting network outside of Ukraine itself. So we had a lot of participants being online, and the interest shown within this format of the conference was pretty high. International law frame work on war crimes, organized crimes, that was the content. And then, of course, the requirements of best practices to have effective investigations, prosecutions against the crimes of cultural heritage. That was a very important point also. We didn't want only to have the law enforcement investigation side being present, we also wanted to have the judicial side, because in the end, like Cameron Walter yesterday already pointed out, it's a very important aspect to have these criminals getting prosecuted in front of the court. And then, in the end, we had urgent needs and challenges for the Ukrainian law enforcement and the judiciary. What would have been the next steps they need to undertake? The outcomes of the conference, and that were really the most important headlines. First was the recommendation to establish an interdepartmental working group. That means getting people together also from the judicial side, from the law enforcement side, and in the end also from the cultural heritage side, to build a working group like, for example, we have that also in Austria, to frequently meet and then to come up with the new challenges, with a new task to better tackle crimes against cultural heritage. Then it was clearly detected that the need for the implementation of investigative and prosecution units specialized. That was something that was pointed out, and I think, Alfio, as you know, this is already being continued to come up with a new procedure and to take this also into consideration of capacity building. The third point was the commitment and the will of strengthening the cooperation between Ukraine's law enforcement agencies and the judiciary and cultural authorities. Before we started that, you have to imagine it was like pillars. The law enforcement did not talk to the judiciary did not talk to the cultural experts, and cultural experts knocked on the door of the law enforcement and the judiciary authorities but were not heard. After the conference, there were personal contacts and there were people really getting together, and like we say in Austria, auf einen Kaffee gehen, let's go on a coffee. And then we really had some meetings, also unofficial, informal meetings where people met and where people came up with ideas. And then in the end, the need for the implementation of the topic of cultural crimes into the curriculum of the MOI Academy, so that we have even the frontline officers and the youngsters, the cadets, being introduced to the importance of cultural heritage protection. That was a little bit of an example of what we did directly after the war. The conference took place in May 23. And just to give you an idea, at the moment, we have a huge opportunity. The Standing Committee for Operational Security Issues, COSI, of the European Union, on the 18th of September, issued a memorandum, and I got it again on my table because at the moment I'm the point of contact for the Interpol Global Academy Network, and there are a lot of relations in between in my ministry to cover that. But it was a very, very important memorandum that came out. And it points out that cultural heritage now is strongly connected also to topics like money laundering, to topics like financing terrorism, to topics like really war crime issues, and even to topics of the huge field of cybercrime, organized cybercrime, and severe financial crime behind that. Ladies and gentlemen, after 30 years of police work, I can tell you this is a sexy topic. This is something that if somebody just in the law enforcement field, it doesn't matter if it's a custom border guard officer, and you tell him, well, this is a statue and this is a painting, he will say, oh yes, interesting, okay, cool. But if you just raise the awareness and tell him, you know, this painting and this statue and this cultural good is millions worth first, and it is connected directly to severe organized crime, and you can be the hero of your department if you just start paying more attention on that one, then, and this is my true belief, we will be able to get a better marketing within the law enforcement, within the military forces, for the huge importance of cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pinnegar, thank you very much on this very, very interesting talk and on for the insights you gave us on the European Union Advisory Mission in Ukraine and the great conference you had organized in that. Our next speaker will be Lieutenant Colonel Dr. De La Cruz, who is the current Director of Operations of Blue Shield International, supporting the President and the Board of the Blue Shield in defining organizational strategy, developing operational plans, and directing and implementing operational programs on behalf of the International Secretariat and the Blue Shield movement. He's also a visual art researcher and classical archaeologist with active archaeological research projects, and holds a PhD in Fine Arts and Classical Reception from the University College London, as well as a Master of Science in Applied Landscape Archaeology of the University of Oxford. Before this academic career, Lieutenant Colonel De La Cruz served for several years as a US Army and US Marine Corps officer assigned to special operations, civil affairs, and defense intelligence units throughout Europe and the Middle East. He was a policy advisor with the Office of the Secretary of Defense in Washington, D.C., and the head of the security cooperation for the USCE mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina. As a reserve officer, he's currently developing capabilities in cultural heritage preservation within the US Army, leading the new generation of Army Monuments offices into the 21st century. Today, he will talk about the integration of cultural heritage in civil affairs operations, focusing on CPP, in conflict and post-conflict settings, and with insights from Blue Shield's current operations. Lieutenant Colonel, I'd like to hand over to you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, and good day, everyone. In the context of this discussion relative to heritage protection in conflict, I want to share with you some recent operational experiences by Blue Shield in the context of military operations in Latin America, the Middle East, Georgia, and Ukraine, principally to support accountability efforts and promote international law, namely the Hague 54 Convention, and hopefully conclude with some general observations that may prove useful. Just a couple of quick words about the organization for those who are somewhat unfamiliar. We are an international non-governmental organization chartered under Dutch law specifically to protect cultural heritage in armed conflict and natural and man-made disasters. Our principal raison d'etre, however, is of course implementation of the 54 Convention. We're comprised of, comprised of multiple national committees which form a General Assembly. In turn, an international board supported by an operational secretariat, of which I represent, provides that overall leadership and governance structure. We are also named specifically after the blue and white shield emblem defined in the convention, which provides or indicates immunity under the convention and its protocols. So, as we're all aware, I'm sure, military operations encompass a diverse range of environments and responses. And so my intent here is to situate some of our recent experiences within what we call the continuum of conflict and the range of military operations, which creates this two-dimensional space here, this heat map, if you will, which I think provides a useful rubric for kind of situating particular operations and operational environments within a fairly complex space. So in specific, I'm going to briefly touch upon four of these experiences in Honduras, in Georgia, Northeast, Northwest Syria, and Ukraine. Not necessarily in that order, but that's how they sort of appear along the continuum. So starting with Honduras in 2021-2022, this was a cooperative effort between Blue Shield International, U.S. Southcom, Joint Task Force Bravo, the Honduran Ministry of Culture, and the Honduran Armed Forces. And in this case, we employed both Honduran and U.S. military personnel and we gave them a rubric for assessment that could be used by non-experts to essentially assess or evaluate man-made or environmental impacts at cultural heritage sites at very, let's say, significant or important sites within the Mayan biosphere. In addition, we had the support of various experts from the Virginia Museum of Natural History. I think I see Damien out there who may have helped us, and then of course Dr. Lori Rush provided us in our second year with her expertise as well. This particular project is near and dear to my heart in the sense that we're dealing in a situation here where it's more competition and not conflict, limited or otherwise. And so it was interesting in the way that it revealed how this is contested space within a larger, wider geopolitical context. Almost immediately after our second year of engagement here, the Chinese committed several $1 million for similar types of activities in the specifically civilian realm directed towards the Ministry of Culture to support the Ministry of Culture here. And so that was immediately revealing how cultural heritage can serve to be a milieu of competition prior to conflict, and that this is a viable space in the context of security cooperation and peacetime military engagement. And it is my hope that we can continue these types of activities in cooperation with other military CPP units and countries that would like to explore this type of activity. In this case, Georgia, which I consider to be in the realm of crisis response, although conflict was more incipient at this point rather than active. But here we were in the township of Gori, the birthplace of Stalin, but only a few kilometers away from the de facto borderline with the Russian occupation. And what we did here was provide baseline training and awareness for a range of societal actors, including museum personnel from the regional museum, the National Guard, the civilian component of their civil-military cooperation cadres, as well as local military youth brigades were involved as well. And you can see here that we conducted under the Blue Shield simulated evacuation exercises, helped them form evacuation plans, and define viable, real-world refuges. And here's the training audience there. Excuse me. And it was, I should say, quite effective in sensitizing those vulnerable communities that actually sense that vulnerability with respect to their cultural heritage. And this, in cooperation with Blue Shield Georgia and funded by Aleph, this program was replicated. And I believe we actually had the External Action Service on site to observe these activities as well. So moving on to large-scale combat operations, I'm just going to quickly show you some of the key engagements that we had primarily in 2022, 2023. In that first winter, we evaluated a number of sites here in Kherson, Kharkiv, and Donetsk, as well as in areas in which the Russian advance had been repelled, but significant cultural heritage had been affected. And then follow on during the surge, we re-engaged a number of sites in the vicinity of the front line. I'm glad I was preceded by Manfred, because that conference, which we did attend initially virtually from Kiev, but then the next day we were there to be in person, it sort of supercharged the issue, and in particular sensitized the need to involve law enforcement and to really think about issues of accountability, because it was clear by that time that we were seeing patterns of behavior that perhaps, well, more than perhaps, but prima facie appeared to be violating international norms and international legal instruments. Just quickly showing you a couple of key examples where Blue Shield was there on site to validate what had occurred. This is the Skovoroda Literary Memorial in Kharkiv, which, based on satellite analysis by the Cultural Heritage Monitoring Lab in Virginia, indicated that this occurred effectively in relative isolation from any other valid military targets within 3,000 meters. We in turn were able to identify a probable trajectory and do what I would consider not only a battle damage assessment, but through witnesses identified chronology. And then we also categorized other forms of evidence and tracked down ballistic fragments, which in turn were all supplied to various organizations that requested them. Legitimate. As well, shortly after the systematic looting, which is widely reported in Kherson, we were likewise there on site to determine the impact of this both at the Art Museum and in the Regional History Archaeological Museum. Again, cataloging, categorizing the available evidence largely for potential accountability purposes. One of the other points of engagement, or I should say concerns in our engagement, was the widespread degradation of cultural resource management systems, which has been increasingly an issue of our concern, because this will have a lasting impact in terms of restoring the cultural life of these communities that have been so massively affected by these kinetic operations. So in the context of what I would call transitional or post-conflict environments, we've been active in northwest Syria to do similar types of assessment. Hesitate to use the term post-conflict. It really is more a situation of transition and or instability, because as you can see here, we're operating near or adjacent to an active forward edge of the battle area, or FIBA, to some degree in the east, down here near the Euphrates Valley. There's not so much high intensity kinetic activity, but it does occur. And I should point out, up in this area, there are foreign actors that are quite active here and in de facto occupation. So it is a quite vulnerable and unstable situation. Since these are opposition-held areas, the actual regime is not in operation here, so it's all surrogate governance. So just going through and with the use of satellite imagery from some of our partners, going through and validating impacts. Here we can see the presence of structures being constructed and furrowing here in various areas of north of the main amphitheater. This is in a site they call Navihori, but is the ancient Hellenistic city of Syrus. And we could validate on site that what we were observing as furrowing was not agricultural, but actual excavators that were just plowing through here to dig up artifacts, essentially industrial scale looting. And what we observed as structures were effectively internally displaced person or refugee habitations. This was a trend that we observed throughout the region. This is one of the dead city sites, so-called at Barkurha. Here are latrines that are getting built up right against the archaeology. And it's just a matter of survival for these folks. I had not seen such a level of displacement in all my career. We're talking 10 cities as far as the eye can see. And that situation has been ongoing for more than a decade. So it was a real eye-opener. Here again, this is just meters from the front line, which is just over this ridge. Here we see evidence of looting at Albara, or illegal excavation, as well as the use of excavators as well. This structure, unfortunately, it's already been damaged at the point of this photo was taken. The top of that pyramid was damaged and is now gone, or was not at that point, but has since been destroyed by a Russian airstrike within the last 8 weeks, from what I recall. So these were the general impacts of that unstable situation, and sensitized us to the fact that where the real vacuum was any organized system, both in the Northeast and Northwest, for cultural resource management. So we are now cleared hot to go back in and begin to provide some capacity development programs to the Syrian interim government, as well as the autonomous administration in the Northeast. So the title of my presentation was Learning to Adapt, and what do I mean by that? Well, in a context of going through all these operations relatively sequentially over the last 3 or 4 years, we've had to figure out a way to navigate this sort of complex spectrum, this continuum of conflict and range of military operations. So the first thing that we've tried to get our hands around and minds around is that we're dealing with multiple systems of valuation when we're dealing with cultural heritage. And it's important for us in our operational planning and execution to determine which one we're operating in, or if in multiple, what activities are directly engaging what. And what do I mean by that? Well, I would put it in this tripartite format where we're dealing, in some cases, in a material technical domain, which is largely bricks and mortar or specific technical assistance to either repair or restore a structure, an artifact, or even a system or a process. Then we have the normative ethical domain, and this largely plays into many of the assessments that we do. We're not just there to assess things on a technical basis, but look to see if there's any violation of the normative fabric and of international law. And finally, this aesthetic expressive dimension, which is insofar as human beings are carriers of culture, to what degree are we looking to restore those aspects of the heritage protection system, if you will, or domain, that help human beings preserve that cultural identity and their own assessment of what is valuable to them. And those are actually quite distinct forms of valuation that, if you work at it, allows you to perhaps enhance your organizational and operational planning. And that gets into understanding the specific requirements of your operational environment and determining what's in the realm of the possible. Blue Shield International is not resourced to be all things to all people, and so within these three modalities of heritage engagement, we need to determine where we are best equipped to assist, especially with a number of highly qualified actors in this space, to include militaries. It's critical in these environments that we speak the language of uniformed operators and first responders in order to be able to translate those heritage concerns into something that into concepts that an operator or first responder can understand. And this has led us to enhancing our recruitment processes now that we've got a larger and larger, a wider group of individuals that have had both feet in heritage, the heritage world, as well as the uniform sector. And then finally, find flexible and practical means to support all steps in the operations process, regardless of where you are within the range of military operations or on the continuum of conflict. You still have to plan, prepare, and execute. So in this regard, in the way we think about things, we are there to, in the planning domain, support policy and doctrine development, as well as the development of organizational and echelon level plans in preparation, training and education, risk mitigation, and geospatial information management. And then finally, in execution, interagency coordination, support intelligence preparation of the operational environment, and when required, directly support military operations and criminal investigations, not as investigators, but as expert observers that may have observations to provide. So with that, thank you very much.
Lieutenant Colonel, thanks a lot for sharing those experiences with us from your missions and your engagements, and also for sharing with us the lessons you identified and learned during those missions. And the last talk of this panel will be given jointly by two officers, as I understand, from the Austrian Armed Forces, who will present CPP in the Austrian Armed Forces on strategic, tactical, and field level. Unfortunately, Colonel Jürgen Jäger will not be with us today, as I understand, but Lieutenant Colonel Hermann Leitzinger will fill in for him as well. So Hermann Leitzinger is a civil military cooperations officer in the CIMIC unit of the Austrian Armed Forces International Center. He served in several missions in EU4 and KFOR as platoon leader, COI commander, and CIMIC officer in the field, and during this time also gained a lot of experience regarding cultural awareness, also for intangible heritage, in the mission preparation. And please also allow me to introduce our next speaker, who will talk directly after you, together with you, who is Lieutenant Colonel Josef Eitler, PhD. He's an archaeologist specialized in Roman archaeology and late antiquity in his professional civilian life, with different research projects on Roman heritage in Austria. And at the same time, he's a reserve officer in the Austrian Armed Forces and will give us an insight today in his function as Austrian liaison officer for cultural property protection, bringing in his civil expertise, his civil professional expertise into the role as a CPP liaison officer in the Austrian Armed Forces. So, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
So, thank you very much for the introduction. At first, before I start with my presentation, in the Austrian Armed Forces, cultural property protection, as well as in NATO, is embedded in CIMIC, Civil Military Cooperation. We also rely to the PMEC format. This is about politic, military, economy, social infrastructure, and information. And at the point social, we will find the cultural property protection. It's a cross-cutting topic. At first from the UN, was overtaken from NATO, and we also deal with this. So we are also responsible. So the CIMIC officers, for example, at the brigade level or at the joint level are responsible that they bring this picture to the command and to the staff. The first slide is written here, this example, I like this example. It's in the Allied Joint Publication 3.19. This is the NATO CIMIC doctrine. And it's talking here about the civil-military interaction. So we have two terms, CIMIC and CMI. And this example was given here about cultural property protection that shows that all the branches and staffs might get into contact or into touch with civilian counterparts. And here we have, for example, J9. Unfortunately, we have no J9 in the Austrian Armed Forces since 2017, so we take this responsibility a little bit over. J9 is the main facilitator for CMI. And we have to stress and to push forward all the staff branches and the commanders. I know this from my experience with the brigades and then at the joint level, to get into move, to contact, to liaise also with them. Yeah? So we have here CPP, for example. J1 is about, for example, Soldier's Handbook, Soldier's Handcard, about the do's and don'ts, what we also provide, but not only. This is also something about the information operation side. J2, for example, everything about intelligence, about the estimation of the most probable opposing forces intent. So also CPP, cultural heritage side, can be an objective for the opposing forces. And this is something also we have to keep in mind. And J2, normally they are coming to us and asking us about details. Therefore, we very rely on this function specialists and the experts because they want to have details. So the so what question normally. Yeah? J3 is about everything about the current operations. 5 is future plans. So also for future planning operations, we contribute. MP, we have here military police, everything about illicit trafficking, about looting, crime prevention, for example, and targeting. Targeting, I have an own slide for that, and I will show you something about that. In Austria, our field of activity, the laser pointer is here. This is our field of activity, we would say. We have 12 UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Austria. We have 136. We had yesterday from, is Mr. Hütterer today here? No, from the Monuments Office, okay. 136 facilities under the Hague Convention with this special protection status. This is also something to explain the commanders and the staff. We have already it in our field manuals, what is CPP and Hague Convention, but more or less we have to tell it and tell it again, like a preacher. It is so, as it is. Please imagine a brigade is middle tactical level, and they have other concern and worries as cultural property protection, but therefore we are here and just to remind them. Yeah. And we have more than 38,000 facilities under the national cultural property protection. And this has a broad range of importance. This is from a very small chapel, goes up to a castle or a residence. For us, from the military, it is interesting, is it identity giving or not? This is always the question, the so what question, what we raise. At the beginning, we analyze something, so we collect information with our functional specialists, our experts. Then we make the assessment, this is the deduction, the so what question. And afterwards, the conclusions, recommendations are the so-called advice to the commander and the staff. All in all, we call it an estimate, just to use the right terms. Okay. On the operational level, we had some years before a Joint Forces Command, now it's Directorate 1. It is like it is. They also have including their functional specialists, and they are coordinating the training at least. On the second stage, we have the territorial commands of the respective provinces of Austria. We have 9 provinces in Austria, and there's a territorial command, including domains or domestic CIMIC. So they make the real domestic CIMIC, we make the international CIMIC, and they have included the functional specialists according cultural property protection. This is where we are relying on. We have to request them in advance, but they are reserve officers and sometimes not available. Can be difficult, but we have a solution for that. And we have a CIMIC unit in the Austrian Armed Forces. I am from the Austrian Armed Forces. A CIMIC unit together with a PSYOPS unit, because we're in a very close cooperation on the tactical level, and we are supporting our brigades. We have 4 brigades in Austria. That's it. Not more. I'm sorry. With whom to liaise? In Austria, we have the Federal Monuments Office here in Vienna. This is for Directorate 1. Second is the Provincial Monuments Office. This is the so-called Landeskonservatorat, where we are enabled to liaise with them in order to get more information. Example is given with the so-called DEHIO. This is the content list of all cultural property sites, what is inside movable cultural heritage. And we have also contact to the diocese museums. This is quite interesting because they know a lot about the movable cultural goods in the churches. So they can really give very detailed information. And as for us, it's to make just a picture if something gets lost or destroyed. And the more colorful I can make this picture, the better. I can sell this product at the commander, at the staff. This is something I would recommend just. So the CIMIC tasks you see here, the first one, it's about the familiarization of the culture and archaeological past of a host country. This is not only for Austria, also for mission preparation. We are contributing, and to gain an overview. This is something that costs a lot of time. So this is the biggest part for us, to scrutinize, to perform, or to work on this information and make the first analysis and maybe the first assessment, the deductions, or so what questions. Afterwards, it's going fast in the military decision-making process. The next 3 bullets or points, it's about liaison activity. We rely on liaison activity. We are working in a so-called liaison matrix or an extended liaison matrix, and where we have our counterparts in avoid to duplicate or duplication of efforts. So we have only a single focal point of liaison where we go and exchange and gain information. So this is the sense of the liaison matrix. We also assist providing safe access to cultural property. We know, or we are aware, when there is an engagement or a maneuver activity of a brigade, the civil administration and communication will break down. So who else is responsible or doing something? For example, if a cultural property site starts burning. Unfortunately, we will start to initiate, for example, to bring the fire brigade with armed vehicles to this spot in order to extinguish the fire. Yeah, so we need to provide also safe access. And for the soldiers, for everyone, immediate reporting of visible signs of destruction and looting. This is something about mission preparation. It's also to raise about, we call it soldiers' engagement. Yeah, it's a key leader engagement, a soldier engagement. Soldiers' engagement, this is also our task to contribute, for example, to a soldier's handcard about the do's and don'ts and how to recognize outside, because the patrols are all day, all night long outside, and they see something, yeah, but they have to know what they are seeing or watching and monitoring. So this is also our task, and to advise the commander on all above. I can highly recommend, for example, if we as CIMIC have the possibility to be a backseater for maneuver battalion back brief, to contribute and to sit and to listen. Do they also concern about cultural property protection when they have, for example, in their objective or action at once, if there are some cultural goods? So I can highly recommend as a CIMIC to be a backseater and to listen, and if possible to just raise the hand. This CCOE is our counterpart in The Hague. This is the CIMIC Center of Excellence, where we have a very good and strong cooperation. We also send their trainers, for example, for the staff courses and the field worker courses. And you can see here as proof or evidence, cultural property protection is already inside the doctrines and even in the field manuals, how to cooperate, for example, with functional specialists. So this is nothing new. Yeah? Also in our so-called CIMIC element, this is our small handbook, cultural property protection is inside how to behave and how to act. So nothing new, hopefully. Targeting process. At the second slide, you saw about CMI, targeting process. The targeting process is a process that is accompanying the military decision-making process in a synchronized manner. At each stage of the military decision-making process, there's an own step of targeting process. contains all facilities, especially also cultural property goods and groups. This can be leaders, key leader engagement, this can be religious leaders of a potential military interest. The results are normally ending in a so-called effect guidance matrix applied with a traffic light system. Green means no action further needed, and red means it is heavily affecting our mission, then we really have to do and to change something. From the higher echelon, normally from the Joint Force or from the Ministry, we get a joint target list to the brigades down. In this joint target list, there should normally be a no-strike list integrated. So for example, if there are objects under the Hague Convention, this should be already be implemented. If not, it's the responsibility also of the brigade to look for. This is my experience. It's better that I take the microscope and put a map under it, and I start to read, to look what is there, and what is not. The planner from a military side, I think you are aware how they are looking on a map. They are looking on a map about only the terrain, about the line of communications, about own positions, about the size where they can attack, and what size the companies, battalions, or brigades need. Everything else about the map, we will see one example. This is our task. The civil environment is our task to pick it out from the map and to make it visible to the commander. Otherwise, nothing will happen. This is invisible for them. Yeah, I'm sorry to say. No strike list, this means it must, no, you must not affect it. Can be also that the counter side, for example, the opposing forces are using cultural property goods as an objective, then it's normally a high value target. Can be afterwards for us, when we're evaluating the own situation, a high payoff target. And you can see that also a no strike target can be a target also for us, for example, to protect, to engage. Yeah. Restricted target list, this is only after authorization to be effective. We are, from the information operations sides, the so-called non-kinetics, if you heard about that, the non-kinetics, because we use different effects. Kinetic effect is, for example, to destroy, to disrupt, to neutralize. Neutralize can be also non-kinetic. We inform, we influence, we convince. Convince is the stronger form of influence. And we provide key leader engagement. In key leader engagement, I have an own slide just to explain it to you, that the commanders can show or can take this opportunity also to contribute to the effect-guided matrix. So, to sum it up, it's a critical infrastructure what we are looking. We are also looking about resilience and civil preparedness. Is the civil administration able to cope with the situation in an emergency or in a disaster situation? And it's about symbols and leaders. In June, there was the biggest exercise in Austria from the Austrian Armed Forces, and we had the unique possibility to do two weeks cultural property protection. This was very interesting. Of course, we know that from the CIMIC side, CPP is only a small field like that. Only a small field, but with a massive effect when you do nothing. So what we do normally at the orientation phase of the mission analysis, this is at the beginning of the planning, we start to look, what do we have? And we have, for example, here this was the whole area of responsibility. This is nearly whole stereo for one brigade. This was completely overstretched. But nevertheless, this was the main effort area. This was the valley of the, can you hear me? Yeah. The valley of the Mur River and the valley of the Mürz River. This was the main training area. And you see we have at least, beginning here, a World Cultural Heritage site. This is the railway system over the Semmering from mid of the 19th century. We had two objects here under the Hague Convention. This was the Abbey of Seckau and the Abbey of St. Lambrecht, both Benedictiner abbeys. And we had some national cultural property protection goods. This was, for example, here, Neuberg an der Mürz, I will explain later on. And we have here the old town of Leoben. And we have here the castle of Wasserberg, I will explain afterwards. So this is normally what we do, the first view, what sites of cultural property do we have, and then we go into the meetings and to scrutinize and to get further detailed information, and therefore we need our experts. So just to highlight, we are thinking in effects on the operational level, and you see here 4 effects I want to highlight. These are all the effects from all the civil environment. At first, to protect the protection of selected critical infrastructure, inclusive cultural property established. This is a wish, okay. Feeling of security of Austrian population strengthened and avoiding splitting civil society preserved to keep a status quo. We are absolutely aware when we are not able to protect or at least to respect cultural property, this goes into a negative way. The local population will not accept it. We have 75 years of peacetime here now. We can hardly imagine how this is, but also during our talks and to our liaison activity, the people want to have their cultural goods and their identity, for sure. Yeah. The representative and authorities, this was the opposing population, the entity, through key leader engagement convinced, so this is the stronger form of influence, and own population in institutions informed. And second part, normally we give on the operational level a so-called planning review, what were the milestones of planning, and we have very often the restraints and constraints, restrictions, and we have here to spare out facilities related to CPP and critical infrastructure during own maneuver according the appendix CIMIC sites of interest. As a CIMICA, we contribute with an own annex at the operational order. This is the Annex W, Whiskey, and this is the CIMIC annex, and we have sub-annexes, we call this appendix, and there's one appendix is the CIMIC sites of interest, and there's from the civil environment, everything which is of importance is just highlighted there. I have an example, I can show it afterwards. Implied tasks, evaluation of civil emergency planning and civil preparedness. This is what we're also interested in. Is there coming a request from the civil side or not to assist and to help? For sure it can be. So when civil admin is breaking down, we will have to do it. There is an obligation. We cannot look away, no. You will have the obligation to help. And the CIMIC lines of activity are normally covering all the phases of operation, like a red line. And we have here system-relevant institution and critical infrastructure contribution to a battle damage assessment, especially afterwards the operation, or at least to make documentation about the status quo condition of cultural goods, and contribution to civil situation about resilience. Here is the appendix, CIMIC sites of interest, and you can see here, beginning with the Abbey of Seckau, and you see here a description, and here on the right hand is we have normally the conclusions or the recommendations. So we write right there, this is, for example, according to the Hague Convention, has to be given into the no-strike list and further details via the liaison officer of the territorial command. So this is where we going every objective or every facility after facility, step by step. The second one is also under Hague Convention, is the Benedictiner Abbey of St. Lamprecht. The last one is here, the Castle of Wasserberg. You will see that the detailed report afterwards. This is under National Cultural Property Protection. We have the ensemble of the old town of Leoben, very, very important for the tourism in this region, but it's only after national cultural property protection, at least to give it into the restricted target list and to bypass or spare out this area. We have here the former Cistercienser monastery of Neuberg. This is unfortunately only under national cultural property protection, but imagine, this roof truss, this construction, is the biggest roof truss in whole Austria from the 13th century, still existing. So this is details and information we collect, we gain, and of course we store it, because when we do a brigade, at the brigade staff a meeting or a briefing, we have a time slot of 2 minutes. Normally the brigade is busy, also the division, they are busy. 2 minutes for the civil environment, and just can highlight something. And every additional information is in the database and is stored, and on need, press the button and bring it. This is from the practice. Okay. Yes, and here the UNESCO World Heritage Site, the Semmering railway system. Example given, offensive operations now at the exercise. The brigade did an offensive operation against insurgents. On 2 spots, we see it here on this map. This is the village of Ingering, which we see here. To destroy enemy, D with this 2 cross means to destroy as a task verb, we'll explain it. And the second one is here, this is at Kammersberg, was also to destroy enemy. Here in between is the Abbey of Seckau under the Hague Convention. These are only 6 or 7 kilometers away from the 2 objectives. To destroy enemy means this is the hardest way to attack him. To destroy means you hit the enemy in that way, he is absolutely not able to fulfill his task anymore. This means losses up to 70%. This also means a lot of fire, a lot of engagement, fire positioning, artillery engagement of mortar fire, close air support, destruction. Look what we have here. Schl Wasserberg means Castle of Wasserberg. This is directly here. In the CIMIC report, we highlighted something. Something else what is very interesting, we were also discussing about the zone or the radius around a cultural property protection site normally has an archaeological site. You can see it here at the Geoinformation System. It's this Landesentwicklung, Province Development Archaeology. For example, here, this is the Abbey of Seckau. You can see here the archaeological field. So when you effect it with, for example, mortar fire, at least make a documentation in the war diary. Yeah, what get lost. This, for example, is at the northern part of Judenburg. These are square kilometers of archaeological site from the old Celtic settlement. This is the oldest soil of settlement in Styria, at the area of Judenburg. Here. Some people say from the Provincial Monuments Office, if we start with mortar fire, we help them at the excavation. But this was, of course, just a joke. This was just a joke from the Provincial Monuments Office. But, yeah. No, sorry for that. CIMIC report of the cultural property Abbey of Seckau, unlisted under the Hague Convention. We see here not only 2 hectares of roof, we see here not only, this is a pure Roman style church, the Abbey of Seckau. The dome is Gothic style, but it's the pure Roman style is unique in Austria. Yeah? We have here the portrait of Mary. This is invaluable of the Woth, the portrait of Maria. Invaluable. We have here the mausoleum of Archduke Karl II. He was the governor of Inner Austria with his wife Maria, and 8 of his 13 children are buried inside here. Here's the cenotaph. This is the stone above the sarcophag. Unique. So how to save it? Yeah, they say they take some wooden planks or they make a wall to secure it or to protect it. Yeah. Furthermore, they are self-sustainable. They have the oldest Greek drainage from the Middle Age time, from the 13th century, still existing, and there are a lot of goodies which they have, and they have a grammar school with more than 320 pupils there. So if you destruct something like that, this is affecting very, very strong the region. Furthermore, we were asking about civil preparedness. They are doing twice a year an exercise with the voluntary fire brigade for evacuation. They have a perfect fire protecting measure system inside, and the administration knows what to evacuate. So I asked them, for example, what can we do in case of emergency? They said, just this crucifixion group, it's from the 13th century, to dismantle and to bring it with some trucks away. That's it. So job done, thank you. The conclusion was they are self-sustainable, put it on the no-strike list. Even when we say protect, please be precise here. Protect does not mean to put a soldier in front of the door. This is physical security. To protect means more. This can be patrolling, this can be monitoring, to assess the information. This is protect. We saw it yesterday at the Mali example, 2 soldiers. 2 soldiers in front standing can also attract fire. This is also where we go into detail of combat techniques to advise the people. Yeah? This was the CIMIC report of the Castle Wasserberg directly in the objective of the battalion. We see here, this is older than the Abbey of Seckau in the core. It's from the 10th century. There's Ottokar from the Gar. This is the very well-known Styrian rhyme chronicler. He wrote more than 98,000 verses describing the Middle Age time. He was born there around 1265. The region is aware about that. They have still some remaining frescoes from the Gothic chapel. And what much more is interesting, this is the seat of the forestry company of the Catholic Church from the Abbey of Heiligenkreuz with more than 117 square kilometer forest. And they supply, for example, the whole municipality of Ingering with thermal energy. They have a heating plant with spring water and electricity in emergency case. So we should be aware when we shoot at that. Nevertheless, the brigade decided to destroy the enemy. But we gave our concerns, put it into the documentation, and this is what you see now. These are the results. So I just read it: the consideration of the Abbey Seckau as dedicated cultural property according to the Hague Convention and the National Protected Architectural Monument Castle Wasserberg in Ingering, inclusion of the buildings into the restricted target list, into the no-strike target list. This was written from our side into the brigade op order, paragraph 3. This is the execution. This is our contribution. Spare out of the architectural monuments whenever possible. Every own weapon effect on the buildings has to be reported in advance and in the war diary to be documented. Fire opening only after decision brigade commander, and not like many say a COI commander, a company commander. A company commander is sitting like there. This is a brigade. This is a brigade's responsibility, not a COI commander. And pre-staggered documentation by UV, by drones, for the condition status quo of the architectural monuments. This is something I can highly recommend. You can also make a fourth step, a PSYOPS operation, for example, if the counter site is using this or misusing cultural property protection for their own purpose. So this would be also a possibility with PSYOPS products. Key leader engagement. This is the commander of the 7th Infantry Brigade. And key leader engagement is something to use the opportunity that the commander can talk to the respective counterparts. Yeah, these are the so-called district manager, and he can inform and gain information. This is something that we have to plan and to prepare. A PSYOPS product, very fast. This was, Übung means exercise. This was only for exercise purpose and was not disseminated. This was just for the approval process, what we are doing. And this is very nice. In German, it means have an eye on the Murtal region, have an eye on you. Report suspicious. And when you look how this picture is done, this is a PSYOPS product. Take 1/3 here, 1/3 here, 1/3 here, 1/3 here. Then there's a remaining green box where you look normally. And the green box means Styria is normally the green heart of Austria, because we have from the percentage of forestry the biggest part. We are the green heart of Austria. Here is the green heart of Austria where you're looking to. And what are you soaking with you? This one. And this one is in Bruck an der Mur. Very well known. This is the clock tower. And this is the old former fortress of Landskron here in, there's a ruin at the moment from the Middle Age time. So when you look here inside, you see the green and you soak up the cultural property side with you. This is what the effect was, the wish, the desired effect to achieve at the people. They look and they're giving, or they see they're connected with identity. So this was the sense of this PSYOPS product. The next thing is counter PSYOPS. 3 slides, then I'm ready. Counter PSYOPS, we call it a SCAME analysis. This is sources, content, the audience targeted, the media they used, and the effect. And the effect is here. This means, what was written here means a secret meeting. Austrian armed forces are planning a big bunkering of civil resources. The effect was from the other side to disinform, to decept, and to make a strong influence activity. So this is also what we might get inside. This is target audience analysis from the PSYOPS guys. But as well, we read it. And do you have information? Do we exchange each other? Okay, 3 slides. 2 slides now from the mission preparation, just to give you an impression about it. we prepare the soldiers, for example, intangible cultural heritage. This is, for example, from the Balkan area, from Bosnia and from Kosovo, a typical Slava celebration, yeah, for the Orthodox. So we explain to people what's that for. This is in Velika Hoća, for example, the wine celebration, the annual that takes place. Yeah, this is painful. This is the circumcisio for the old boys. Before they start getting a man and getting into the community, is also done by the Turkish army and supported and done. This is interesting. Yeah, we have here typical tattoos for young girls. This is for some protection signs also. Yeah, will be done with blood, for example, but it's tattooed. And these are Gorani. We have, for example, in Kosovo so many ethnicities. It's important to explain to people that, yeah, about make cultural awareness. The Gorani, for example, are Muslims speaking Serbian language, using Cyrillic writing and reading. And for example, this wife with the black coat and the silver borderline at this border is married. Typical sign for that. So don't talk to her. It's for the soldiers, yeah. Some about tangible cultural goods. We have here World Heritage Sites. Mostar, you know, the second World Cultural Heritage Site in Bosnia is, for example, the Stečak. The plural is the Steci, more than 70,000 from the Middle Age time of the Bogomils. We have here the Archangel Monastery in the area of Prizren. 2004 it was protected by the Germans and afterwards also, but the young Albanians burned it down. I think this is well known from 2004. The monks, God thanks, were brought to security. We have here a ruin in the near of Mitrovica. It's under national cultural property protection in Kosovo. Kosovo has more than 1,387 artifacts and tangible cultural heritage sites. We have all ministry for that. We have here the monastery of Ticani, still under the protection of the Italians, and this is a small Orthodox church. It's made of wood. It's like really like that, like a tent, but it's under national cultural property protection. And the goddess on the throne, it's the Kosovarian Venus from Willendorf, 7,000-year-old, a terracotta figure, size of that, yeah. My last slide is, who is historyless is faceless. This is our motto, and I just want to show you, this is the soldiers' cemetery in Lebring, at the south of Graz, 25 kilometers. There are buried more than 800 soldiers from First World War from the Bosnian-Herzegovinian Infantry Regiment 2, the recruiting district from Banja Luka, which was located in Graz, and during the First World War in the barracks outside. This was also a prisoner of war barrack, and still we have every year a commemoration celebration, also inviting the imam and the Orthodox priests. And it's interesting, we conduct every year as international semi-course, and we also always have attendees from Bosnia-Herzegovina. And the young ones do not know that there are lying 805 soldiers from Bosnia. And they were one of the most brave soldiers in Austria, really, with most of the ribbons and medals. And the older one from the former Yugoslavian army, they know that. And they also explained me, for example, that everyone, Catholic, Orthodox or Muslim, had on his grave the fez, the typical Bosnian headgear, the fez. Doesn't matter what religion, everyone had it. And the young Bosnian soldiers did not believe me, and they showed them on Wikipedia and somewhere else, so they were right, stunning. Okay, thank you very much. This concludes my briefing, and yeah.
So first I have to thank Raffaella for your kind introduction. And for me it's very hard now to go on after this excellent presentation. And so I also, the last one between you and the coffee break. So my topic is protection of cultural property, structured training and exercise in the Austrian Armed Forces. This is what I want to present in a short overview without going too much into the detail. So, As we have already seen, CCP is a cross-sectional matter. In the Austrian Armed Forces, we also distinguish between deployment and education and training. In the operational organization, CCP is in the responsibility of the operations divisions in the Directorate 1. On the other hand, we have CCP in the field of education and training. You will find it at all kinds of levels at the educational institutes of the Austrian Armed Forces, like the Theresian Military Academy, or as part of various courses. In charge for the education of CCP is the National Defense Academy in Vienna, with the Center of Leadership and Defense Awareness, and in the person of Nicole Gruber, you all know from the organization of this conference. So, to make it short, we distinguish between boots on the ground and education and training. In the Austrian Armed Forces, we have 4 brigades, as you already had heard before, as combat units, but also 9 territorial commands, 1 in each federal country of Austria. But now we have seen in the brigades we have CCP, but where will you find the other CCP personnel not directly combined to CIMIC? We have experts and advisors at the higher commands. Here you can also see at the right top corner the pyramid of knowledge with the E for expert. This, our experts were together with the rank. We have trained personnel of various positions strengthening their understanding for the necessity of CPP at all levels in the Austrian Armed Forces. The core staff of liaison officers, CPP, is assigned to the territorial commands. When I'm having a look at the military command of Burgenland, which is my command, it's the building on the left side, not the former KK Cadets Institute you see in the middle of the picture, which is out of the 1850s. I have to say, we are in a lucky position, as we have an expert who is also in the room here today, and a liaison officer, CPP, that's me. In general, it is to mention that liaison officers, CPP, are reserve officers. On the military side, we are trained staff officers and we are highly motivated. Additionally, all of us have an academic background concerning CPP. For example, this can be in the field of history, art history, architecture, restoration, or archaeology, which is my civil occupation. Here you see some stuff I'm concerned with in my everyday life. Next, we have a short look at the training of CPP officers at the National Defense Academy. Here we have a basic course in the length of 1 week, and for further training, continued education seminars of 2 days every year. The main topics of the basic course are CCP in the Austrian Armed Forces, CPP in the national and international framework, international humanitarian law, psychological effects concerned to CP and its destruction, and last but not least, we train military planning concerning CPP. Here, once again, you can see our duality as staff officers and advisors for the commanders and liaison officers to the national authorities and NGOs concerned with CPP. In the seminars for further education, we have a look at current developments and additional, there are individual topics to various contexts. For example, a few weeks ago, we visited the Belvedere and the Kunsthistorisches Museum, where a Rembrandt and Hochstraten expedition is shown at the moment. There, we got in contact with museum staff responsible for the security, concepts for all kinds of emergency, and we also got the possibility to visit the museum depots and see how they are organized. As you have already seen from the presentation of Lieutenant Colonel Leitzinger, from the perspective of CIMIC, we actually focus on taking part in more complex exercises to make CPP more visible. Here, I have to highlight the cooperation with the Institute for Higher Military Command, Leadership and Management of the National Defense Academy, which led to a synergy and setting of CPP in a wider frame of more extensive planning processes. So CPP officers could take part at the planning exercises of the General Staff course for 2 weeks, and in an even wider setting at the exercise Joint Action at the Military Academy in Wiener Neustadt for another 2 weeks. Results of these exercises were provided to the latest training of CCP personnel. To conclude, the most important step in this setting is to increase awareness of CPP at all levels of the Austrian Armed Forces. And this is what we try to do by getting in as many exercises as possible. That's what we do at the moment. And so I finally have to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel Leitzinger, and also Lieutenant Colonel Eitler, for this very detailed insight in the CPP approach we have in the Austrian Armed Forces. And since we're a bit in delay, I'd suggest that we start a bit later with the coffee break, since we also started a bit later in the morning. But nevertheless, I'd ask the speakers to come up for 1 or 2 questions from the audience, and we will then continue the discussion at the coffee break, I'd suggest. Thanks. Thank you very much. So are there any short questions you have at the moment? Pressing short questions. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the very interesting presentations, particularly the last ones on the military operations. I don't have a question on that, but it was really interesting for me. My question goes to the 2 persons involved in the EU mission, and I was wondering, is there a prosecutorial strategy in Ukraine on cultural property or crimes against cultural property, given the fact that they will not have perpetrators? Are they planning to have trials in absentia? Is there any planning ongoing? Thank you.
Can you repeat
Could you
the
repeat it
question
a
a
bit
little louder?
We couldn't hear you very well here.
Well, the sound system is not very good.
Okay.
So the question is there a strategy at the general prosecutorial strategy at the General Prosecutorial Office in Ukraine on crimes against cultural property? The question in particular, are they assuming that there will be trials because they don't have witnesses? Are they planning trials in absentia? Is there any strategy? Discussion about the strategy?
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. The strategy, it's in the making. That there is a draft that I know of that is being discussed in this moment, and it's being worked out also with the help of UN mission. One of the effects of the process that you started is that there are now specialized prosecutors in every district in Ukraine working on that. Regarding, there will be trials. Ideally, yes, they are collecting evidences. They are collecting evidences also on the battlefield regarding that, and they are storing the evidences. Hope is that in the future, those evidences will be used in the trial. The point is, if you don't do it now, you'll never do it. So they started, rightly so, collecting the evidences and securing the evidences in every way they can. Then it's part of course, the upcoming strategy, how those evidences will be used. But as also Manfred said, it's something that it's new for them. They started working on it in 2022, but they are working on it. And I think hopefully by mid-year next year, they will come up with the strategy for the Office of the General Prosecutor.
All right, okay. Can you hear me? Good. What Alfio said is absolutely right, and I can add to that. I'm still in contact with my buddy team partner, who was the one in our team coming up with the hosting of Lviv. She's still serving in Kiev, and the good thing is that this lady is a state prosecutor from Latvia, and she was one of the, let's say, key roles members in the so-called overarching strategy of the mission mandate. So to give you an understanding, the overarching strategy is the core part of the mandate, which is focusing on the security sector reform. And luckily, due to the reason that Rudi de Belcena, my friend, is still the National Security Unit, she was able to implement also the aspect of cultural property protection from the judicial side. In the overarching strategy, and I know that they're very much putting a lot of efforts in, like Alfio said, to do capacity building and to do trainings and to do awareness on the judicial side of Ukrainian state prosecutors. So I'm very optimistic that at least in the post-war scenario, this topic will be on the agenda.
Yes, please, another question.
If I could just contribute to that very quickly.
One moment, please.
And the only reason Blue Shield is particularly aware of this is because we've been solicited both by Oblast and national level to contribute our understanding of the course of events in very particular egregious cases of damage to cultural heritage. So in addition to special prosecutors that have been established within the regions, within the oblasts, they've set up an actual office or team dedicated to cultural heritage crime at the national level. I think the principal challenge that they face is that in most cases, individual instances are effectively, don't rise beyond the level of property crime. The issue becomes how can they develop a case or a prosecution that rises to the level of a crime against humanity or something substantive under the Rome Statute, that they are willing to put resources in at the international level that stands a reasonable chance at a conviction. So working through those issues takes time. it takes effort and analytical capacity, and they're working through those issues.
Yes, please, another question.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Markus Bernhard. I'm teaching international humanitarian law on our University of Applied Military Sciences in Wiener Neustadt. And I was also deployed several times in a mission abroad as a legal advisor on tactical level. So my question is to Mr. Pinnegar. You have mentioned that the Ukraine had to start the implementation of databases regarding cultural property. And my question is, was there any exchange of databases regarding cultural property between the parties to the conflict, so Ukraine and Russia? And second question is a little bit related to the discussion before. In how many cases have been military objectives nearby destroyed cultural property, so destroyed Ukraine cultural property? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So according to the databases, I can only tell you that due to the reason that we in the team of the National State Security Units, my direct counterpart were the National Cyber Security Center of Excellence when it came to warfare, data and fake news. And the other one that is maybe related more to your question was the Security Service of Ukraine. To my knowledge, this data was never exchanged between Russia and also data according to the affected cultural heritage sites was not, at least to my knowledge, never exchanged with Russia. And the second question, could you give me again the focus of the second one?
An ongoing issue is like we have in Gaza, we don't have independent information. So is the IDF says, for example, there had been Hamas fighters used civilian objects for their purposes, and this is also the case in Ukraine. So my question is related. Was there, so if you are going to attack cultural property, maybe it was justified because it was used as a military objective, or a military objective was close by, so of the Ukraine armed forces. So maybe then there is a justification to attack or was a justification. And if you have been already talking about war crimes, don't misunderstand me. But first of all, you must figure out all the facts based on this issue, yeah? So then you can say maybe it was legally to attack, but please don't misunderstand me, yeah? So I'm
Absolutely.
just talking as from an academic point of view about this. Thank you.
Well, from my side, I can only say that these fields where we have been investigating, they were clearly defined also from our counterpart, the SSU, as purely cultural heritage sites. I think that maybe Michael can give you more information on that because I know that you have been on the spot and you did the presentation, Lviv, as well, on the problem to detect, like you're saying, you really need forensic data and you really need a clear picture if the certain attack on the cultural heritage site is really qualified as a war crime. We see that problem, but those we were involved in, especially talking about the Security Service Ukraine, were really the prominent cultural sites that were definitely, without any doubt, out of the military interest of the Ukraine. So there were no military targets that could justify an attack from Russia. This is at least what I can say to that.
And just to follow up, in the context of our experience conducting assessments in the field, the vast majority of damage to cultural property sites can be attributed to incidental damage or within the relative vicinity of if not a static military target in the context of the movement of troops in active kinetic engagements. Generally, methodologically, when we look for, once we identify a site through remote satellite imagery assessment that does not appear to have had any valid military target within 3,000 meters in evidence, then we will pay specific attention to those with respect to prioritizing our assessments. And generally, if it does appear to have had nothing in the vicinity and potentially directly targeted, we will then refer it to the SSU or other investigative authorities to further pursue.
We have time for one last question. Yes, please.
I'm Colonel Anderhazy from the NATO School Oberammergau. My question is to Dr. De La Cruz. If I'm not mistaken, last year the Blue Shield made an agreement with the NATO shape J9, a kind of action plan regarding the cultural heritage. And would you be so kind to share with us some details regarding that?
Sure. The action plan, which was actually initiated in 2020, late 2022, was intended to cover through 2025 to support or facilitate Blue Shield support to NATO shape in general, not just the J9, for exercise support, both Article 5 and non-Article 5 exercises, for the development of policy and doctrine related to cultural property protection, support to NATO fellowship programs like Partnership for Peace or Mediterranean Dialogue, in terms of providing CPP type of instruction and education to those partners, and then another sort of category for anything else that might be required. So that, in effect, is an annex to a letter of intent that was signed by then President Karl Habsburg in 2000. And this was the first significant step forward in terms of operationalizing that relationship. And it's proved quite successful so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to the speakers for the interesting presentations and for answering all our questions. And thank you also to the audience. I'd suggest that we have a shorter coffee break now for only 20 minutes and be back at 11:35. Thank you very much. So thank you for rejoining us after a shorter coffee break, and welcome back to the second session of today, which will deal with the training incentives in different armed forces and CPP exercises in the area of civil-military cooperation. And our first speaker of this session will be Captain Ankie Peterson, who works as a liaison officer on cultural property protection in the Royal Dutch Armed Forces. She leads and coordinates efforts to implement CPP within the Dutch Armed Forces, including designing training programs and tools for the military, projects for the implementation of CPP in military planning processes, and engaging in civil-military collaboration projects for the advancement of CPP on both on the international and national stage. As a civilian, she's an expert advisor on cultural heritage protection for the International Atrocities Crime Advisory Group, focusing on cultural heritage war crimes in Ukraine, and a UNESCO consultant. Captain Peterson holds a master's degree in heritage studies and in design cultures from Vrije Universiteit, I hope I spelled it correctly, Amsterdam, and for her efforts in the Dutch cultural heritage field, she was awarded with the 2021 Monument Talents Prize by the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science, which is a prize for young professionals in this field. Today, Captain Peterson will talk about CPP and CIMIC and SIOPS military exercises and will share her experiences from her engagement in the Netherlands. Captain Peterson, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you also for the organization for inviting me here. Of course, we're in a room with a lot of people that are already convinced of the importance of cultural property protection. But today I hope to share with you in my presentation some practical experiences on how to implement CPP in exercises on a tactical level, specifically in CIMIC and SIOPS exercises. So to introduce myself a little bit and my role, and at the same time what it means to be a CPP officer in the Netherlands, I'll start with a little bit of background for myself. So I didn't start out in the military. I actually rolled into this about 5 years ago after I had my first job at the Dutch UNESCO committee and completing my studies in cultural heritage studies. And I started out as a liaison officer in cultural property protection at the 1 CMI command in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands. And the 1 CMI command is a command that not only deals with CIMIC, but also in SIOPS, and is part of the larger regiment of communication and engagement, also including military public affairs, and information operations. So that is the context that I'm working in, and also the focus of my work. The tasks in general of a CPP officer in the Netherlands include to be a liaison for the national and international CPP network, to do research on cultural heritage in mission areas, and also to provide briefings on cultural heritage in mission areas, lecturing on CPP and culture in mission areas for pre-deployment specifically, but also for exercises. And lastly, scripting and scenario management for culture and CPP for our national and international exercises. And they are mainly international, by the way, so we have long-standing collaboration, mostly with the German Bundeswehr and the Belgian armed forces. And with the three of us, we have regular exercises in CIMIC and SIOPS, of which I will provide some examples today. So CPP in the Netherlands actually has already quite a long-standing history, starting from 1953 with the Bureau of Cultural Heritage in the Dutch Army. So this was a bureau in the Dutch Army that consisted mainly of reserve officers, and they were mainly focused also on protecting cultural heritage on national territory. So that was the context back then, of course, the Cold War context and the focus on the protection of national territory instead of the focus on international deployments. So overall, it was about locating the right storage facilities, being a liaison between cultural heritage organizations and owners of monuments and so on, local authorities with regards to cultural heritage and the military apparatus, and also assisting in crisis response whenever there would be a larger scale crisis. But this all changed, of course, in the course of the end of the previous century and the beginning of the current. And the fall of the Berlin Wall specifically signified a big change in our defense organization. The department that I work for right now is called the Section of Cultural Affairs and Information, and instead of a focus on protecting cultural heritage in a national context, we focus on working in an international and foreign environment. So international and foreign, with which I mean also internationally working with counterparts in international deployments, where it is not only about how to behave in another country, but also how to interact with other military organizations from other countries. So what we do at the moment mostly is developing training programs for the military on both cultural awareness and cultural property protection. We do exercise development with a focus on both cultural awareness and cultural property protection together. And we focus on pre-deployment, pre-exercise, but also professional education when we do our trainings. So it's not only about the military personnel that is going on deployment, also not only about the exercises, but also about being present in different moments of a professional education of the military, for example, in the captain's course, in the major's course, but also for the cadets at our military academy. So these are the different places where we start educating our military on cultural awareness and CPP. But then also we provide tailored trainings and briefings based on needs. And with this I mean that we don't only work within the context of the one CMI command. Actually, the department, the section Cultural Affairs and Information, works for the whole of our military organization. So also if our Air Force needs a briefing on a specific cultural context, they come to us. Or if our Navy needs one, then we are there for them too. And lastly, in-depth research on mission areas, not only on cultural heritage locations, on where the important museums or churches or mosques are, but also on how to behave in certain environments, certain cultural context, when you are on a mission. And the photo that I'm showing right now is an example of one of the exercises that we did in previous years, where the focus was very much of a setting of a foreign environment that would be similar to, for example, Afghanistan or Iraq, where we would have a live training exercise in the field and try to implement cultural property protection in these scenarios. So I want to highlight why it is important for us to not only focus on cultural property protection when we do our trainings and briefings or when we design our exercises, but also why we take it together with cultural awareness. First of all, this is something that has been also mentioned, I think, in previous briefings, that there has been for over 20 years now, a focus also on intangible heritage. And with intangible heritage comes customs, different aspects of culture that all can come together in the concept of cultural awareness. So then when we take cultural awareness as a foundation for our trainings, we can talk about how cultural awareness ties into different aspects that matter to a mission. So the old focus, so to say, of the 1954 Hague Convention was, of course, mainly on tangible cultural heritage, but also experience in the field shows that this other perspective on intangible and on cultural awareness is needed. And then you come to the relevance of cultural property or cultural heritage for the military, which lies in the operational perspective. So this figure that I'm showing here mentions a few of these highlighted aspects for military operations. So first of all, cultural awareness can be a source of information, a general source of information of the specific mission area. But then also it can give you more insight into the root causes of a conflict. To focus on cultural awareness can help you make better decisions in a conflict context in that sense. Also, to show cultural awareness in your military operations can improve your support base of a local population and can also increase your situational awareness. So whatever is happening on the ground, you can put this in the right perspective. So for example, if you are on a Friday afternoon in a specific village and you see nobody on the street, you can deduct that it maybe not be a dangerous situation, but that the local population is in a mosque for prayer. So these kind of examples come from a base of cultural awareness that can support your military mission. So the next point, cooperation with mission partners. I already mentioned this, that since the end of the Cold War, the focus of the Dutch military has been on working in an international environment and working on international deployments. So this also requires other skills from military personnel than previously. For example, if you only look at the differences between the military organization of the Netherlands and Germany and what kind of what kind of norms and values are in these different military organizations, you really need a basis of cultural awareness to be able to function appropriately. Another point about the safety and security, to have cultural awareness and also to make the appropriate decisions in a cultural context can obviously also contribute to the safety and security of your mission. And this also ties into cultural property protection. So why, and the so what of why a military commander should care about cultural property protection. So another aspect that I want to highlight is why focus on not only tangible cultural heritage protection, is that it has become obvious, and we saw this also in the presentations yesterday, notably by Dr. Rush, is that we are also talking about adversary weaponization of cultural heritage, and that this is a new aspect that we need to take into account, that is not only about monuments being targeted on the ground, but also about disinformation campaigns that target history and target culture. So all of this comes together, and I am speaking from my personal experience in working in the Dutch Army. All of this comes together in what we call the information domain. So this is where cultural property and cultural heritage and history come together in both an intangible and intangible way, and adds complexity to what we call the information environment and the environment that we as a military are operating in, but it more and more reflects reality as opposed to the previous focus that has been mainly on targeting or locating monuments and sites. To explain this a little bit better, I have added this graph to the presentation that we use in explaining the information domain and showing the different layers that you can distinguish here that together form the overall operating environment of the military. So starting at the bottom with tangible layers, with the physical environment, with the physical network layer of critical infrastructure, but then moving into the intangible layers that are about cyberspace, but also about the cognitive sphere. So what are communities thinking, what are they feeling, and how can this be influenced both positively and negatively. So this is a little bit of the background theory, so to say, to how we approach cultural property protection in the Netherlands in our unit. And I now want to go into a little bit deeper how we are implementing this in our CIMIC and PSYOPS exercises, specifically with the experiences that we've had with our previous exercise that was the exercise Common Ground in June this year, which we conducted together with the German Bundeswehr and the Belgian Army, and that was focused on both CIMIC and PSYOPS operations. So to start, the setup of Common Ground 2024. First of all, to get a little bit of the context, Common Ground is an exercise that usually takes about 2 weeks, but it is not only 2 weeks of live exercise. This is a part academics and a part live ex for both tactical PSYOPS teams and tactical CIMICS teams. So in this exercise, we work with a semi-dynamic script, in which we use the joint exercise management module that some of you might know. This is a software system that is used more frequently, at least among NATO countries, where you can really easily script beforehand an entire exercise, but also leave room for some dynamic input and some spontaneous injects. We had around 45 professional actors on site who posed as the local population. We used a training village in the Netherlands at the Harskamp base. And we added to that different SMEs, for example, in the role of Blue Shield. We had one person from Blue Shield Netherlands, for example, who joined in the exercise, and we had one person also from the Dutch UNESCO committee. And adding these kind of SMEs really adds a layer of professional knowledge to the exercise, because you cannot expect from the actors to have the background knowledge on, for example, the Hague Convention. But this is what these SMEs with real-life experience can add to a scenario. So the main storyline was the evacuation of a village that was under threat from an invasion. And in this main storyline, we had different topics covered. It was, of course, not only about CPP, it was also about refugees and IDPs. It was also about, for example, corruption or building integrity. But also we had 2 scripted CPP storylines. The one was about a museum and its collection, and the other one was about a Catholic church with an Orthodox history and 2 different religious communities in the exercise that had a dispute over this church. So to highlight the CPP storyline challenges, first of all, the museum and the collection in the context of the evacuation of this village. Here we had an actor who played the museum director, who made it clear from the start that she did not want to evacuate willingly without knowing that her collection would be secure. And the overarching goal of this exercise would be that the village that we were dealing with, that would be evacuated voluntarily. But then also, it's important that these kind of storylines reflect reality. So to add to that, the capacity for military assistance for this possible evacuation was limited, or to say almost non-existent, because there was a priority, which was the evacuation of the local population. The second storyline was the church. So as I already mentioned, the church had a dual history. So it was built as Orthodox, but then was reconsecrated as Catholic after the independence of the specific country that the exercise was in. And then it had, of course, a deeper laying meaning and history for 2 different communities. But at the same time, it was a target for fake news campaigns from the adversary. The storyline here was also involved a priest that didn't want to evacuate willingly without knowing the church would be safe. So these are very open-ended challenges that the training audience could respond to with whatever they would find be the best solution. And then, of course, we would discuss in the end what would be the desired end state. So I know that this is a short presentation, so I'm going over it a little bit quick. So for the details of how this played out in the end, also feel free to reach me after the presentation. But I want to conclude with some lessons learned on implementing CPP in these exercises. So first of all, it is always important to, of course, script real-world dilemmas, and the real world is giving a lot of inspiration for different CPP challenges. It is also good to look at how you can include information warfare. So one of the tools that we use to paint this bigger picture of information warfare in relation to what is happening on the ground, we use the information domain graph with the different layers that you saw before. So in this graph, you can really see, okay, in this scenario, in the tangible layers, this is happening. That means that in cyberspace, this can be happening in the script. And this will be this would have so-and-so effect in the cognitive domain of the local population. So this is something that you can think about beforehand to add these different layers and add CPP to the script. There are also some studies that can be used to aid you in this. One that I would like to mention is the falsification of history as a tool of influence that was published a few years ago by the Strategic Communications Center of Excellence, that highlights the way in which different countries are being targeted by influencing campaigns that are specifically based on history and culture. So this is also material that you can use for this kind of exercise. Then secondly, use, if possible, a combination of actors and SMEs. As I said before, this adds a level of professional knowledge to your exercise and provides the opportunity for the training audience to tap into that knowledge, and also provide the right tools for the training audience to be able to respond to certain challenges. So what we have developed is a really specific tactical level manual for CPP, for tactical CIMICs and tactical PSYOPs teams. And in this manual you can find do's and don'ts, really straightforwardly put the rules of engagement with regards to cultural property protection. So to provide these kind of tools will enable the training audience also to be able to respond accordingly. Use the time in the academics phase of an exercise to provide an in-depth briefing on cultural property protection. This would also be the right time to introduce the tools that you would like the training audience to use. And then also lastly, allow for an amount of dynamic scripting to be able to respond to situations, because the training audience will not necessarily always do what you would want. And with the joint exercise management system, you can script new injects that respond to what the training audience is doing on the ground, even in a short notice of time with an exercise that might have only a few days of live X. So to give you a little bit of a picture of what this exercise looks like, and it's also a promotional video from our ministry, so that's kind of the disclaimer on why it looks very cool. This is the video I would like to conclude my presentation with, and then we move on later to the questions in the panel discussion. So let's see. Technical people? Can you start the video? Or how do I do it? There it is.
We risk our lives for your safety. We will return once it is safe again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Captain Peterson. Thanks a lot. And we directly move on to our second speaker of this session, who will be Lieutenant Maria Reinstein from the Estonian Defence Forces Headquarters. Lieutenant Reinstein completed her bachelor at the London School of Economics in International Social and Public Policy and holds a master's degree in War Studies from the King's College London. During the last 2 years, she served as a CIMIC officer in the Estonian Defence Forces Headquarters, and during this period, her section enhanced the cooperation with the Estonian government agencies, as well as with the Estonian Ministry of Culture in an effort to better understand and coordinate cultural property protection in her country. Today, Lieutenant Reinstein will talk about the implementation of CPP within the Estonian Defence Forces, as well as their military or respectively CIMIC exercises, courses and trainings. Lieutenant Reinstein, I'm already looking forward to your presentation. The floor is yours. Thanks.
Hello everyone, I'm Second Lieutenant Reinstein. I'm the CIMIC officer in the Estonian Defence Forces HQ CIMIC and PSYOPs section. Initially, our section head, Lieutenant Colonel Gert Treu, was supposed to attend, but because we have a very big training exercise taking place next week with a heavy CIMIC focus, we decided that he'll stay there and I'll come here. If it's any consolation, he has been in the CIMIC section as long as I have been in the CIMIC section, so I'm confident that our knowledge related to CPP is roughly on the same level. CPP in the Estonian Defence Forces is fairly in its infancy. I think the biggest catalyst has actually been unfortunately, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And an even bigger catalyst for it was actually in the beginning of this year when Lieutenant Colonel Tim Perbrick hosted a CPP course where a lot of our reservist CIMICs attended it. The first time that myself and also Lieutenant Colonel Treu came into contact with the topic of CPP, because neither of us has a CPP or a CIMIC background, was during a training course. And we were listening to it, and it was very unfamiliar for us. The module leader, he was trying to tell us that you should take out Google Maps and chart all the CPP in your country. And we were just thinking, why do we have to do this? We have a national database with all of our cultural property. We don't need to check on Google Maps. The other thing that was highly in focus was missions abroad in the Middle East or in Mali. And this was also something that we were thinking, this isn't relevant to us. Because CIMIC and PSYOPs within the Estonian Defence Forces has a predominantly homeland defence scenario focus. Our CIMICs are not getting trained to go on missions abroad. Our CIMICs and our focus is purely on a homeland defense scenario, a homeland crisis scenario, with a very specific adversary. Throughout this course, and reflecting on it later, we understood very much that we have to have an awareness and an understanding of CPP and CIMIC in the larger context, but we also need to implement a national needs-based approach to it, to understand what do we have to do in our country for CPP and CIMIC to work for us in our national perspective. So a little bit about CIMIC and cultural property in Estonia. We have over 26,000 cultural sites. We have 170 museums and 7.1 million museum objects. This statistics for me was a bit surprising, but it came off of the cultural, the Heritage Board's website, so I'm fairly confident this is correct. And by contrast, we only have 11 active duty CIMIC officers and roughly 60 reservist CIMIC officers. Similarly to the former presentation about Austria, CIMIC in Estonia does not have a specific CPP unit, and the CPP area within the task CIMIC has is just a very small task among a whole lot of other CIMIC-related tasks. Another difference is that we do not have the blue shield insignia that a lot of the Western European countries do have. We have something that looks more like this. What is also interesting is that if you look at our information system with the cultural property overlay, you realize that there's not a lot of freedom of movement if you have to take into account all of this CPP. And this is something that, over the course of familiarizing ourselves with the topic of CPP and CIMIC, we realize that we have in common with, for instance, our Latvian colleagues, who are unfortunately not here, but their situation is quite the same. I cannot comment on Lithuania, but I think it would be similar as well. We have collated a lot of information about cultural property within our national context, and now it is our job to put that into a context of potential conflict scenario and how we go about understanding this and working in cooperation with the respective organizations. One of the things that we focused on in the past year is making sense of exactly that 7.1 million cultural objects and that 26,000 cultural sites. In discussion with the Ministry of Culture and the Heritage Board, we have devised a list of priority cultural property. So we took the existing list in cooperation with the Heritage Board and the Ministry of Culture, and basically we made a much smaller list of priority cultural property. This is about 200 cultural property objects and monuments. What were the considerations that we took into account when we were making this list? Firstly, it's the understanding that the cultural property in that list is a direct representation of our national identity. And a directed attack on that cultural property is a direct attack on our national identity. Also, in the planning process for military units, there has to be an understanding that this is cultural property that cannot be damaged, that we have to minimize the damaging of this cultural property because it is a representation of our national identity. And this is something that is not very difficult to communicate to the military units, but it's rather something that we have to bring awareness to, because the understanding is there, but rather the awareness of where this cultural property is and what it is something that we have to work on. The other thing that we have to tackle is training for non-specialist CIMICs. So a lot of you, if not most of you, are specialized in some field of cultural property protection. I am not. Our section head is not. Neither are our reserve CIMICs. The Estonian Armed Forces is so small that we do not have this know-how to draw on. At the cultural property course that we ran in the beginning of the year, I think the closest person, discounting all the Ministry of Culture and the Heritage Board people in the room, I think the closest person to having a cultural background was one actor that we had as a reservist. But I think to an extent this is also an advantage for us, because the way that we are tackling the topic of CPP within our domestic context is almost from the perspective of a layman, in the sense that we get specialized information from the Ministry of Culture, from the Heritage Board, that gives us a bit of a better understanding than the average person of cultural property, but at the same time, the way we receive this information, we are able to communicate it in a way that's understandable to the military units who are on the ground, to the commanders. But there's much less friction between the dispersal of this information. The Ministry of Culture people and the Heritage Board people are also actually quite aware of this. When we've been working together in the past year quite intensively, there hasn't been much conflicts. They understand the scenario that we are preparing for. They understand the necessity to make these priority lists. They understand the need to come up with their own crisis plan, for instance. One thing that was quite interesting for us is that the Heritage Boards and Ministry of Culture, they have crisis plans for different kinds of scenarios, floods, stuff like that. But they did not have a conflict scenario, which is now in the makes. But this is something that also they started thinking about more in depth after this the CPP course that was ran in the beginning of the year. Another thing that we've been working on, and that they've also come to understand more, is that the military is not a humanitarian aid organization. So if the going gets tough, we will not have enough resources to help, for instance, with the evacuation of museums, with covering up monuments. It is very much their role to coordinate these, to make these plans, to make sure that things get evacuated. And it is our role as the military to advise them on how to do this. It is our role as the military to incorporate them into training exercises so we could understand how, in this potential conflict scenarios, the different organizations and the different partners, here we're not only talking about the Ministry of Culture or the Heritage Board, we're talking about local governments, we're talking about the Rescue Board, the police, how they work together in the same operating environment, competing for a lot of the same resources as well. For evacuation, for instance, there are only a certain amount of trucks that can be used to evacuate things. And the military, the police, the Rescue Board, the Heritage Board, probably leaving something out of the list, are all competing for the same resources, and it is up to us in peacetime to coordinate how these resources are going to be used, what are the early warning signals that are needed for everyone to fulfill their tasks that they need to fulfill. Next year, hopefully, will be the first time that we actually incorporate CPP as in the field training exercises. In the beginning of this year, we did a tabletop exercise, which was a great starter. But as you might know, doing things in a classroom setting and a tabletop exercise is very different from actually trying to do things on the field, to actually get the moving parts moving and seeing how things work. There are two scenarios that we're looking to train. One is the evacuation of cultural property. The aim of this is to see what are the time frames that we're going to be working with. So how long will it take the museums to evacuate, but also what are the specific steps that will take place before the evacuation actually has to take place. Who's going to say, now's the time to evacuate? You know, at the joint HQ level, we might have that information. We can give it to the Heritage Board, but in the end, it will be the local regional crisis committee who will actually start all this. And the local people on the ground who will actually have to do the evacuation. So this is something that we want to test. The other thing is, what we're going to test is how all of that information will go into the planning process. If we have a whole lot of vehicles moving out and at the same time we have troops wanting to go the other way, how will that work out? So this is something that's very much in its infancy, but we're hoping to test out at a lower scale next year. The other thing is kind of barricading different kind of monuments. This is more for the Ministry of Culture and the Heritage Board, but from the perspective of the military training exercise, it is a very good opportunity to highlight the role of comprehensive defense. So it's not only the military that has a defense function, it is everyone's responsibility to protect our home nation. And one way to do this is to test out how many volunteers we will actually be able to get to put the sandbags around the freedom monuments. Similar exercises have been taking place, for instance, for people's evacuation as well. We have the Rescue Board hosting evacuation exercises where actual people come as volunteers on the Friday evening and the Saturday, and they go through the process. So it's not only educating and practicing for the Rescue Board, it is also education and practice for the people who will be in that conflict scenario as well. Some of you will probably recognize yourselves in this picture as well. This is a picture from the CPP course in the beginning of this year. I think most of these points I already covered, but I think the key here is the knowledge sharing aspect. The initial idea of how to tackle the big CPP map of 26,000 monuments actually came from Latvia. Ideas of how to tackle our CPP domain within our national domestic context came from attending courses hosted by the CCOE or Colonel Perbrick's course to see how other nations do it and how we can do it. But I think the main message here that I want to give today is that us in Estonia, in the Estonian Defence Forces, view CPP and CIMIC in very much a domestic context, and whilst we are aware of what is happening in the domain of CIMIC and CPP, in the national context, we are implementing the needs-based approach of a specific scenario of CPP with a specific adversary in a domestic context. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those great insights in the efforts taken in the Estonian Defence Forces. And our next speaker now will be Captain Timothy Fagg, who serves the British Army in the 11th Security Force Assistance Brigade and is head of projects in the Portsmouth Historic Quarter, and as head of projects responsible for the buildings within the historic dockyard of Portsmouth Naval Base. Captain Fagg started his academic career in 2014, completing a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and surveying, followed by a postgraduate master in historic building conservation. After that, he started his professional work with English Heritage, where he worked as a project manager, delivering conservation, repair and infrastructure schemes to the UK state-owned or also state-managed historic estate. Captain Fagg attended and observed several CPP desktop exercises, as well as large emergency evacuation exercises undertaken at historic properties together with the emergency services, alongside also implementing measures to ensure the protection of cultural heritage in the framework of various projects. Captain Fagg, with that, I hand over to you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, conference. Sirs, Ma'ams, ladies, gents. I am also a reservist. I've been with the British Army Cultural Property Protection Unit since 2018, and I've been Army Reservist since 2011. So I just want to say thank you to the conference organisers for inviting myself and giving me the opportunity to brief and talk today. British Army ratified the Hague Convention into UK law in 2017 and then established the Cultural Property Protection Unit in 2018. And that is when I joined the unit, one of the first officers. So a relatively new unit, but we are fortunate that we were able to take lessons learnt and learnings from the monuments, fine arts and archive sections from the Second World War. And some of those lessons learned are still incredibly relevant today. So this is what I'm going to cover in my presentation, and I'm going to speak to you today not trying to convince you of the merits of cultural property protection. We are amongst friends, and that is why we are all here. I'm going to speak to you today and explain perhaps how I would teach and train UK officers and UK military, so you understand perhaps the principles and the aims and objectives that I will try and get across to them. So I'll give a brief overview of the organisation and structure for UK military CPP. I'll cover the various training courses that we deliver and attend and support. And then I'll go through some exercises and some support to current operations that the UK CPP is doing. And then I'll focus on the incentives, the why. Why is it relevant to UK military? So on our organisation, obviously Defence, Army HQ, Field Army, we sit within one division, the 1st Division UK. We then sit underneath 11 Security Force Assistance Brigade. And this brigade has 4 regular battalions and 1 reserve battalion, and it's regionally aligned around the world. And we are within their organisation. We then sit underneath Outreach Group. Now, Outreach Group is the home of the UK Army's security capacity building capability, CIMIC, and then CPP. It also is the home of our cultural and engagement officers, formerly known as CULADs. I think that the key thing that I'd like to make is that whilst we are within 11 brigades and Outreach Group, we are as a unit taking taskings from across UK Ministry of Defence. We support the wider Army, we support the RAF and the Navy, the Royal Navy, and any taskings that perhaps might come in from government ministries. We also support across to Specialist Group Military Intelligence, who are still part of 77 Brigade. So just the unit's structure. So we sit underneath Outreach Group. We sit underneath the human security pillar. So human security covers a number of cross-cutting themes: protection of civilians, women, peace and security, children and armed conflicts, modern slavery, human trafficking. And then it's also CPP. So we nest CPP within human security, as we feel that that's a way or a vehicle for getting the conversation going. Lots of the issues faced by cultural property is also faced by the wider civilian population. We have 9 reserve officers, 1 Army, 1 Air Force reserve officer, and then we also have a number of what we call Group B. So these are academics that we can put into uniform and allow them to brief military commanders. We're an all-reserve unit. We all have 5 years plus experience in the heritage sector, and we're all professionally qualified in the heritage sector. And we recruit across from the 3 services: Navy, Army, Air Force. And as you can see, there's a number of trades and qualifications within the unit. And that really assists us in providing that depth of knowledge to speak with authority to military commanders on a number of topics. And then the same in reverse, in terms of if we are engaging with our civilian counterparts, we can speak their language as well and interpret their language. So in terms of training, obviously at our military academy, Sandhurst, every officer undergoes law of armed conflict training, and within that there is cultural property and the Blue Shield. And then off the back of that, the academics brief in more detail around cultural property protection. And I was able to witness this firsthand when I went through my commissioning course as a CPP officer, receiving that brief at the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst. Once the officer is within the outreach group, they receive foundation training, and this provides them with the understanding and the knowledge of what the wider outreach group covers: human security, culture and engagement, security capacity building. They can then progress to undertake the Special to Arms course, the Cultural Property Protection course, which we've developed and broken into 2 parts. Phase 1, or week 1, being the foundation, and that course is open to all military officers from the British Army and abroad. And it covers the main elements of CPP, why we do CPP, the legal aspects of CPP, how is it conducted. And then we progress into another 1-week course, which is practitioner, and that is predominantly and exclusively for CPP officers, and that's where we exercise cultural property protection, wargaming, we practice delivering briefs to commanders, developing courses of action. So it delves into more detail, perhaps the practical application of CPP. And I will open it out and say that the foundation course is available for all to attend, so I would like to extend invitations to everyone, and they can write into their defence attaché and ask for a place on the course. Following that, and in terms of sort of more in-depth training for not only outreach group officers, but CPP officers, we can go on to attend Human Security Advisor, CIMIC Field Worker and Staff Officer, and then Security Force Assistance planning courses. And within those, particularly the Human Security Advisor, that's a course open to the broader Army. And within that course, there is a CPP brief. So what we've tried to set up is a layered system of training for officers, so that at stages throughout their career and professional development, they will see snippets perhaps of CPP and allow that to disseminate within the wider Army. So in terms of other training, in terms of what the CPPU has been doing and also supporting, one aspect that I've been developing is a CPP planning tool. So other militaries will have their own planning process or their own combat estimate process. And what I've been trying to do is develop a tool for the British Army that can take large quantities of data or a complex situation and turn it into an output, so that can then be fed into our own combat estimate and our own 7 questions and our own planning system. So again, I'm quite happy to share that tool and discuss. It's very simple PDF and a Word format, but really it's just around, CP can be a challenging environment. There can be lots of sites, a very dynamic situation. So how do you target your focus? And it speaks a little bit to Dr. Rose's presentation, which we received yesterday, on vulnerability and threats and what is the outcome of that. We have been supporting the Blue Shield and the Ireland UNTSI, United Nations Training School Ireland, CPP course, where we send our officers there as development, as students, and then once they've attended the course, they're invited back to help support delivery of that course, for which I have done. We've also sent officers to the US Ancient Monuments Officer Training Program, both again as students and as DS, directing staff. We heard very capably in the previous presentation around what the UK has done to help the Estonians. And this week, actually, we have 2 officers in the US delivering our course to the Civil Affairs Command and their Ancient Monuments Training course, so it can be exported. We've had an officer attend the French course, DELPAT, and I think what this is all building to is, we can learn from each other, basically, and we the UK being relatively new can send others and our officers to others' courses to learn from those who have been delivering this for perhaps a longer period of time. And we can then ultimately bring that back in. So on Friday this week, I'm going to Specialist Group Military Intelligence to look at considerations around integrating cultural property into a transition to war or a home defence plan for the UK. So it has practical applications for us as well as attending NATO Centre of Excellence courses, of course. So I just want to focus on some of the bigger exercises that UK military have been supporting. And we made a very conscious decision that we would start with and target bigger military exercises and work our way into the exercise writing, the injects, the scenarios for bigger military exercises, so that that information can reach commanders at a higher level and then be disseminated down. So the ARC, the Allied Rapid Reaction Corps, we've had officers supporting the Steadfast series of exercises, which has culminated in one division becoming the Allied Reaction Force for the ARC. And that officer is actually there this week in Gloucester at HQ Main. producing CPP overlays and GIS overlays for the HQ. Also supporting the development of courses of actions, briefing the Chief of Staff, and then producing briefs for HQs forward. And I think really it is just acknowledging to do this, you have to know that the exercise is going to happen. You have to be on the invite list for that exercise. You have to get yourself into the exercise writing phase and then see that through to delivery. So those are sort of our key lessons perhaps from large UK exercises. And ball tops I just wanted to mention as well, because obviously CPP has a lot of a land focus, but we also recognise that there is a maritime focus to cultural property protection, protected wrecks, underwater archaeology, and we have been involved in ball tops with, again, exercise writing for perhaps piracy, illicit looting, or illicit trafficking and looting of underwater cultural property, for which we can provide to naval commanders and see how they then deal with the matter of CP in a maritime world. Support to operations, STTTs, so that's short-term training teams, where we regularly send groups of 4 officers around the world to, in these instances, deliver human security training. And CPP was involved in the build-up for that. So in the Somalia instance, providing a cultural understanding, cultural awareness briefs for the officers that are going, but then also under human security, cultural property is included, so writing that into their training package. B&H, Bosnia and Herzegovina, on a couple of occasions, UK CPP officers have delivered practical training, so for example, a vehicle checkpoint and informing those running checkpoints what they should be looking out for, illicit trafficking, how do they identify cultural property. I'd like to focus on Operation Elgin, which is UK's contribution to KFOR in Kosovo. I've delivered a number of briefs to units deploying on that operation, and that's really sort of helped shape how we should deliver perhaps pre-deployment training and briefing. We've been through online, doesn't work very well, in person, but as part of a wider briefing package, as we call it in the UK, death by PowerPoint. But what really works best is when it's on the ground with the troops, running practical scenarios. Operation Interbow, UK's contribution to Ukraine with the 95th Civil Affairs Brigade, specifically asked for a CPP inject. So I wrote that inject for that brigade, that training exercise, and they went on to incorporate it within a CIMIC exercise. Very quickly, it may be a surprise for everyone to know, but the UK military is not a humanitarian organisation. It's a professional fighting force. It's also not a cultural property protection NGO or organisation. But with that in mind, when I brief commanders on the benefits, I start with a headache, I start with the legal, and then I work my way around through all of the benefits that perhaps doing cultural property protection will provide. And then when I talk about incentives, I like to try and make it relevant again for commanders. So those are the UK 12 principles for war. That's what a commander will have in mind. But then commanders will also have in mind mission, life, reputation. And I like to brief commanders on how CPP will improve mission success, how it will reduce the threat to life, and how it will reduce the reputational threat, or perhaps increase UK reputation. And I also like to dig down into, at the soldiers level, you know, a soldier is focused on where they're going to put their head down at night, when they're going to get their next warm meal, and will they be safe. So how does that work with CPP? So I like to open that one up, and when I brief officers and when I train officers, I give them this problem and I let them think on it and come back with some solutions. So very quickly then, just to wrap up, 3 main learnings or 3 key points I want to make to conference today. 1, availability and accessibility of GIS datasets. Too much time is lost to producing GIS datasets that already exist, but yet we cannot access. So I would welcome conversations, perhaps with UNESCO, NATO, Blue Shield, on producing that information so it's readily available for the military to use, and then I can get on with the task at hand of coming up with solutions. Relevance has to be relevant for the commander, for the mission, and then engaging, when you deliver this, you're delivering to soldiers who perhaps have other things on their mind. It has to be engaging for the soldier. And I will end there, and that's my email. Perhaps people can take that afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Falk, for this great overview and of the CPP efforts of the UK Royal Army. And with that, our last speaker will be introduced, who is Assistant Professor Dr. Anna Kaiser, who will also moderate the next panel discussion right after our lunch break. Assistant Professor Kaiser is the head of the Center for Cultural Property Protection of the University for Continuing Education Krems in Austria. She holds a PhD in ancient history from the University of Vienna. In addition to that, she's a reserve officer of the Austrian Armed Forces with the rank of major and fully trained as liaison officer for cultural property protection. And only some months ago, she took over the command of the Austrian Forces Disaster Relief Unit AFTRO. Assistant Professor Kaiser's research themes predominantly orbit around the protection of cultural heritage, integrating a multidisciplinary approach that spans ancient history, military studies, and contemporary strategies for safeguarding heritage. Her methodological expertise lies in combining historical analysis with practical military training, emphasizing the application of strategies for protecting cultural heritage in conflict zones and disaster-prone areas. And now Assistant Professor Kaiser will talk about CPP training incentives in different countries and civil-military cooperation and training in the field expertise. Professor Kaiser, the floor is yours.
Thank you for this really nice introduction. Excellencies, generals, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk about interfaces between heritage side, the military, and emergency responders. I've chosen to focus on the interfaces because I firmly believe that cultural heritage protection needs these interfaces. It's not only a military task, but we are in a panel of civil-military cooperation anyways. So I see cultural property protection as civil-military cooperation itself. I'm going to talk a little bit about joint training and exercises to identify and to strengthen these interfaces that, in my opinion, we need to make cultural property protection a success, and then give you a brief insight into a survey that we've done with our students, identifying needs of the heritage side when it comes to cooperating with the military or emergency responders and to establish these interfaces. So why do I say cultural property protection is a civil-military cooperation? We have numerous threats to cultural heritage, from neglect on a daily basis up to armed conflict. And the further down on this scale we get, the more human beings are also threatened by whatever happens, from natural catastrophes, natural disasters, terrorism, armed conflict. And we've already heard this in numerous talks before, there's no separating human beings from cultural heritage. So we have to take the whole picture into account. Threats to cultural heritage, again, they can be general security management, there can be fire in a museum, it can be theft, but we go on to severe weather conditions, to earthquakes, to violence, to terrorism, to armed conflict, again, threatening lives of people and cultural heritage in the same way. We have seen over the last weeks only in Europe how military assistance in calamitous events can look like. This is a picture taken from Poland. We had a flood situation in Austria, more recently in Valencia in Spain. And this is what military assistance can look like in a calamitous event. And we don't have to talk about armed conflict, peer-to-peer conflict, which definitely means that the military holds responsibility for protecting the people, but also cultural heritage, because the civilian side is no longer able to fully take care of the cultural heritage in this situation. We have already touched upon the military measures mentioned in the Hague Convention, so I take the liberty of skipping those to gain a few more minutes of lunch break and directly go into the disaster management cycle, where in the preparedness phase, for me, it's very important to start with cultural heritage protection measures. Everything that we prepare and think through before a disaster strikes, however that disaster looks like, is likely to work in some way. And this, for cultural heritage and property protection, can only be done by a close cooperation of the civilian responsible side for cultural heritage and the military, which can give assistance. Brings me to the joint training and exercises. You've already seen a picture and recognized yourself on the picture, obviously, from a training that we did in 2018 for a European Union funded project. And this is mainly what we do at our Center for Cultural Property Protection in Krems. We have teaching on the one hand side, but we also have research. And we try to combine the two of them. So bringing research into our teaching programs and vice versa. And this is what we used a series of European Union funded projects for, starting in 2016, down to a currently running project. So those 3 projects you see on the screen right now, they are all focused on cultural heritage protection protecting cultural heritage from climate change-induced natural catastrophes. So not purely military, but the military can be of huge assistance when it comes to support during calamitous events, also for cultural heritage. And what is very important for me, also maybe with the head of the commander of the Austrian Forces Disaster Relief Unit, is that we can have dual-use capacities and capabilities. So what we can do for cultural heritage in a natural disaster, it's also something that we can do for cultural heritage in armed conflict, and especially the other way around. So this is the background of these training exercises, the idea. And we've decided to focus on the cultural heritage side, because the emergency responders, including military, they have very fixed and set procedures that we all know and that we are working along. And it's usually the heritage side that has a challenge to get into emergency responder structures, to get to understand, to be brief and concise and not take 20 minutes to explain the importance of a specific artwork, but to be really, really short and, as Dr. Rush uses to say, do not waste the time of the military. So that's what we've been focusing on in our training programs and incentives, and mainly on the points interacting with emergency responders. How do emergency responders work? What is the decision-making process that's happening within emergency responder organizations, and how does crisis staff work? And with that basic academic training in the background, we sent them into exercises and training. We, of course, did theoretical lectures. We've already heard about that. Yeah, they can be death by PowerPoint. We all know that. COVID forced us to do online courses, even worse. We managed to do online case studies. They worked quite well on the other hand, so it's very interesting there. This is one of the benefits, if we can say so, of the COVID-19 pandemic, that we at one point were able to have a huge outreach internationally with our courses within the European Union projects, because people didn't have to travel or were not allowed to travel at that time. And you will see this slide a little bit later again. But what we prefer to do is hands-on training, material handling, bringing the people, the heritage side and the emergency responder side together and have joint training exercises. Both sides are learning immense details from the other side on how they work and how cultural heritage protection can be done jointly. And we've also had tabletop exercises, of course, and live exercises. We started with our first live exercise in 2018, and the last one was in 2023, I think. So there's been a series, and we've learned a lot along the way, especially regarding these interfaces. And what we designed for our first live exercise was what we called a cultural heritage rescue team. So a setup, a prototype of a small team that we would send into our crisis scenario, consisting of a lead, a deputy, and a series of experts for different materials, logistics, structural engineering, statics, and the whole thing has a reach back where you can call in and get more information if you need more information about a certain type of heritage, more information about the country in question that is played throughout the exercise, etc. So they are not alone, they have a reach back, and the idea of this cultural heritage rescue teams was that they are trained in both. They have heritage expertise and they know how to deal with emergency responders. So they are, how to phrase it, they are mainly the interpreters. They allow to put both sides together. That was one of the things we tested within our exercises, and figured, yeah, once again, Tim, Lieutenant Colonel Perbrick, have a look there. Yes, you don't want to miss yourself. Some pictures from these trainings. Again, we had military cooperation for this training, but also from civilian emergency responders. You see the firefighters here for training last year. And we've seen that interfaces are very important. These cultural heritage rescue teams, yes, they're a good idea, and yes, they work, but it's even better to make the heritage side in a very broad way understand how to best cooperate with emergency responders, be they military or be they civilian. So that's what we continue doing. And to become even better, we've sent out a questionnaire to the participants of different exercises. That's where you see the slide again. We did this on an international basis and used our great outreach here to get as broad an opinion as possible on a series of questions. And I did bring back, bring 3 to you today. One of them regards the training settings. So for us, it was important to understand what they were looking for if they were coming again to one of our trainings. And 80% said that they would like to have a mixture of theory and practical sessions, and 20% said they would like no theory at all, but really go deep into the topic and do only practical sessions in live exercises. When it comes to collaboration between heritage and emergency, heritage side and emergency responders, 60% said it's very important for them, and 40% says it's important. There was no one who said it's not important, so this is why that part is missing. The people we sent the questionnaire to, they came from emergency response organizations. This were about 40% of our participants had a background, voluntary or as a day job in an emergency response unit, and 60% came from the heritage side, to give you that background as well. And the last question or last answer I'm bringing here is the importance of practical exercises. And there again, we had 20% saying it's important and 80% saying it's very important. So we take this away. Very happy with this needs identification, because it shows that we are going in the right direction when we're talking about these interfaces, that we need to have this collaboration and cooperation from the very beginning. And the sooner we can start to bring this into people's minds when they start their career, they will be able to take this away with them when they go up in their career chain. And yeah, at one point we'll have a really functioning cooperation, civil, military, emergency response cooperation for the protection of cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. And with that, I'd ask the speakers to come up for some last questions. We will have our lunch break in 10 minutes. Please join us here. Are there any pressing questions? Yes, please, in the back. Party.
Thank you. Well, good morning. Good morning. I'm a Spanish captain cavalry. I have experience in CIMIC too. And I was security leader team of the Army Museum in Toledo. And I would like to ask a question, more military than civil, in this area, is how you armed force, units, armies, any tactical procedure in order to combat, to fight the enemy in cultural areas? Not just cynic, practical procedures. How to combat the enemy when enemy use terrorism, an example, Palmyra. How you rules, especially rules, procedures, units to combat, to fight the enemy in cultural property areas? Thank you.
Well, sorry, I didn't completely get the question. Maybe you can summarize?
Do I get it right? So how do the CPP units also fight, or in the conflict zones, the practical approach they have there, right? Oh, could you repeat it, because we didn't understand it? Could you?
Oh, I think I think I got it. You tell me if I'm wrong. So I can speak for what we have in Austria. So we are following the Hague Convention and what the Hague Convention tells us to do and allows us to do. So we follow the principle of not using cultural property in a military way, thus not giving the adversary a reason to attack that cultural property. The other way around, if an adversary is using cultural property, it becomes very difficult, because then as a combatant commander you have to make the decision between probably soldiers in people's lives and damaging cultural property or not. And that very much depends on the overall and general situation. But speaking for Austria again, and you will tell me if it's the same in your armed forces, we are very much following the Hague Convention and its protocols, which means that we do not attack cultural property.
Yes, I think I fully agree with that, and I can confirm that also for the Netherlands. Of course, cultural property protection is first and foremost also a legal issue. So it's law of armed conflict, and that clearly states what is and what isn't allowed with regards to cultural property in military operations. So that is one of the main concerns and the dilemmas that occur when you are in a combat and adversaries are using cultural property. It is of course completely dependent on context what would be the right or the wrong call. But first and foremost is of course taking into account the law of armed conflict.
Thank you. And you know, there's nothing in the convention that if an enemy force chooses to occupy cultural property, then the convention is inward looking. It would look at the UK military, and then it's a question of military necessity in terms of, does the UK target that, or does it choose not to target that? So I think that the convention is an inward looking document or piece of legislation. So you know, perhaps we can't stop enemy forces occupying cultural property, or perhaps we'd want to target them before they occupy cultural property if you knew that was their intention. Those are my initial thoughts, but it comes down to a question of military necessity.
Yes, just to add on top of this, I think having spoken with both military decision makers and also people from the cultural property domain, when the decision comes down to giving up some sort of cultural property or freedom, the preference is always for the latter one. However, I think as well, prevention methods have to be used. A really good example, I thought, that our Heritage Board brought a couple of days ago was, what do we do with the first Estonian national flag that it is in our National Heritage Museum? And here, the military has a very, very concrete role in advising where the keepers of cultural property can evacuate their the cultural property, and where basically it might not be a good idea to evacuate the cultural property. So that's one interesting example that I found of how to protect cultural property.
Thank you very much. I hope this answers your question. Are there further questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank all the speakers for really interesting and insightful presentations. Of course, representing different angles, different countries, different experiences, but an overall wrapping up the overall look at the presentations. They definitely represent more prepared, more trained side of the cultural protection efforts, trainings on the site, be it theoretical approach, be it you know, the action-oriented approach on the spot, and it's definitely clear that there has been quite a lot of efforts put into it, and of course it also requires lots of efforts, personnel, knowledge, expertise on the ground, even with limited resources that the Estonian representative has been you know, mentioning, with the participation of the actors involved. So I believe that there is an overall consolidation around this effort. Well, my question is, in fact, pretty much a remark. It is quite clear that all these efforts are well reflected in the military strategies. All these are well reflected, maybe not exactly in the military doctrines, but they are well reflected in the operational strategies and all these things. And I've been listening to representative of the UK Armed Forces about the presentation presentation to the command. Well, but meantime, you have been also mentioning the missions around the world and partnerships with different countries. Of course, my query is about the third world countries, the developing countries. Are these practices usually shared with those countries? I mean, you have been missions in the Somali, you have been on the missions with the different countries, because that vast amount and that vast experience that is required are not present on the other part of the world. And of course, there are also the ongoing combat scenarios on the ground. They are not enough prepared for this. So how exactly, have you had any experiences in the past sharing this knowledge or training those countries, which is really important from the theoretical perspective and of course on-site training perspective? Thank you.
I can speak to the Somalia point. So the officer that was sent was a human security advisor, but trained in CPP, and she reported back that CPP, cultural heritage, really unlocked the delivery of that training, and there was a lot of shared experience, and it really made that training a lot more engaging. So CPP became a bit of a vehicle for delivering human security training. So I think there are shared sentiments, particularly if we're thinking Africa and Sub-Saharan or the Sahel, with cultural heritage, intangible heritage, music, song, dance, narrative. That's where it can unlock perhaps relationships and assist in delivering of other training.
Thank you for your question, sir. I think it's a really important point that you raise, because it's essentially about how we can spread our influence and make sure to involve more countries, regardless of capability that they have on their own. And one of the examples that I can give is when it comes to our exercises. So I mentioned Common Ground. In the Netherlands, it's a small-scale organization. The training audience is about 50 people. But we also have a biannual exercise that we take part in and also co-organize, which is joint cooperation with the multinational CIMIC command in Nienburg. And this is a much bigger exercise of about 300 people training audience, and has participants from the last time around 27 countries around the world. So it also included observers from countries that were more remote, from South Korea, for example, to come and see how we train in this exercise. And I think this is one of the examples where there is very much an openness for more representatives from countries to join, whether this is as a training audience or as an observer. And I think this way we can really make an effort to kind of spread the word on CPP. Now, I must say that Common Ground, it's not an exercise about CPP, but CPP is in the scenario, just like it was in Common Ground. So this is one example that I can give you, and I don't know if there was the last time someone from Azerbaijan also included in this exercise or as an observer, but perhaps there are possibilities.
So thank you very much for all your questions. I think we now go to the lunch break. And if you have any further questions, you can maybe also discuss it during the lunchtime. And yeah, we will be back at 2:10 p.m. And yeah, I think the organizers will then also share some details on the evening program with you. Thank you very much.
Welcome back from lunch break to our second panel discussion on cultural property protection within armed forces and during armed conflict. And we are going to talk about challenges and opportunities. With me on the panel, I have 5 distinguished experts. I'm very happy that you came to Vienna to be with us in this panel discussion today. I'll briefly present the panelists, even if that's not necessary. I'm starting with Dr. Laurie Rush. She holds a PhD from Northwestern University. She's an archaeologist serving with the 10th Mountain Division, which is the division that's the most deployed one in the US Army. She has been deployed on several missions abroad in her capacity. And in 2006, she initiated an international program to educate military personnel in cultural property protection. And yeah, this is one of the reasons why you were named the Titan of Cultural Property Protection yesterday. To her left, we have Brigade General Youssef Haidar from the Lebanese Armed Forces. He held numerous commissions, but for us the most important one is that since 2019 he is the commander of the Independent Works Regiment. And this regiment was and is tasked with cultural property protection in the Lebanese Armed Forces. His dedication to cultural property protection has created a state-of-the-art training facility, including a simulation area and mobile teams for cultural property protection, and CPP is now actually part of the regiment's core mission. So that's a very big step that you've managed to take, sir. Continuing to his left, we have Captain Tim Lebert from the French Army. Captain Lebert holds a master's degree in art history and heritage conservation from the École du Louvre and a master's degree in military history from the University of Heidelberg. He joined the French Army in 2013, is an artillery officer by training, and served in several overseas operational deployments. From 2019 to 2023, he was the Deputy Director at the Army's Heritage Office in Paris and the one who spearheaded the development of cultural property protection in the French Army. Since 2023, he is the curator of the French Foreign Legion Museum and also the French Army representative for cultural property protection development. Then I continue to my right. I have Colonel Saliou Ngom from the Senegalese Armed Forces. He has completed his military training to staff officer and the general staff officers level in Senegal, Great Britain, the US, Tunisia. Held several commissions, of course, and has a huge experience with exercises and trainings abroad. And also in his professional capacity within the military. He served as officer of the General Staff, as operations officer, media officer, communications officer, and since 2018 he's the operations officer of Mikega mission in Gambia. And very important for us today, from 2011 to 2012 he was the Director of Archives and Historical Heritage of the Senegalese Armed Forces. And the fifth panelist today is Lieutenant Colonel Giuseppe Marseglia from the Carabinieri TPC for the protection of cultural heritage. He's a group commander of the TPC North Central Italy, based in Monza. He holds a master's degree in archaeological heritage from Syracuse University in Catania, and is Italy's representative to Interpol Tracking Task Force Iraq, and also he has served in numerous deployments abroad. It's a long list here as expert for UNESCO and European Union activities in Jordan, Libya, Israel, Palestine, and several countries in Southern America. So we have a great panel, and within the next 2 hours, we are going to discuss questions on how cultural property protection is structured within the different armed forces, but also questions regarding corporations that are central to protect cultural property, and then how to deal with cultural property and its protection in armed conflicts. I will stay with the Carabinieri TPC. Lieutenant Colonel Marsiglia, the TPC has a very specific focus. Can you give us a brief overview of what you do and how that focus looks like?
Firstly, I like to thank the organizers of this important meeting for the invitation, but not only. I'm an old soldier involved for the last 25 years in CPP. And for me, this is a great opportunity to see with my eyes the future, the next generation of the CPP in 21st century. Not only, you can believe me if I say you that the situation now is absolutely better than 25 years ago. So, Carabinieri are the fourth armed force in Italy, after Army, Navy and Air Force. We are a military police force. We are a double dependence. We depend from Ministry of Interior for the civilian duties and from Ministry of Defense for military duties. We Carabinieri TPC, the specialized unit for the protection of cultural heritage, we have a tiered dependence. We have the functional depends from Ministry of Culture. And I think that today in Europe is the only case of a military forces at depending of a Ministry of Culture. Our organization, in Italy, we have 17 regional units, divided in 2 groups, and I have the honor to command the northern group, and an headquarters in Rome. In Rome, we have also our operational unit divided in 3 sections. The operational unit is designated to structured investigation at the national and international level, divided in 3 sections, archaeology section, antique section, and fakes and contemporary art section. And at last but not least, in Rome, we have our data processing section. This is the center, the operational center of our organization. This section is the section that implements and manages our data bank. The data bank of Carabinieri TPC, called Leonardo, is the biggest data bank in the world dedicated to the stolen cultural assets. You can consider that we have recorded in our history, in the last 55 years, more or less than 1.3 million of files with 900,000 pictures. You can consider also that the second database in the world is the French one that contains just the 10% of the Italian one. As Carabinieri, we are proud witnesses of an Italian record because Italy was been the first country in the world to create a specialized policy unit dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. In the 1969, 1 year before the invitation of UNESCO of the 1970. The center of our organization is our database because is our material memory. This is a fundamental tool for our job that is fundamentally an investigation job. our duty, our first duty, is to recover the stolen cultural assets. Recently, we have finished a few months ago an important experimental phase of a new system. This system is called SWORDS, is an acronym for Stolen Work of Art Detection System. In few words, I'm sorry, but I'm not a technician, is the application of IA to our database. Is a system that automatically, daily, 24 hours by day, confront the images on the so-called big data, I mean web, social network, dark web, with the picture in our database Leonardo. This is an extraordinary tool, and I can say now that the results are so good. So this is just to present our organization and our duties.
Thank you for that first insight into your very special organization. You are kind of binding military and police force, so that's something very unique with your command. And from taking from the TPC, from that very special unit to another very special one, General, your regiment was tasked with cultural property protection in 2020 after the blast in the port of Beirut. So how have you coped with these challenges, and how has cultural property protection within your command evolved since 2020?
Good evening. It's all started after the Beirut harbor blast. We were tasked to clean the harbor in itself because we're a construction regiment and we are responders for any emergency. Plus, we had to clean the streets of Beirut. It's an ancient city with all the historical stones and buildings demolished because of the explosion. So we stopped there. We don't have any expertise whatsoever, unless we know the heritage when we see it, but we don't know how we treat this. So we called for the DGA, the General Directorate of Antiquities, and an NGO named Biladi, Joanne, who was yesterday on the board. So we learned together, we start the inventory of the stones, and we deliver it to the DGA. This is how it all started. After that, there's a mission with the UNIFIL and Biladi to do the winterization for the MOFA. The MOFA is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's an ancient building in Beirut. It was battered by the explosion. All this, it's in the risk of demolishing. So we need to restore, not to restore it, just to consolidate it. But we need to treat it very delicately. We know we have the skills as, let's say, engineers and stuff like that, but we don't have the expertise. So we called upon Biladi, and she provided a restorer to tell her how to do this, and we go through it, and we insisted through Biladi to have an on-site seminar with Blue Shield International, and Professor Peter Stone and Karl von Habsburg were there giving us the first seminar. And from there, we pick it up. In 2021, we started a program named Juhuziyya with Biladi. It's a training program. It consisted of 3 levels elaborated with time: the basic level, the advanced, and the TOT. And Michael Angel was the first course we took it with him. And from there, we embedded all this in the mission statement and then in the organigram of the regiment in itself. We created a capability within the unit, but we didn't create a unit complete dedicated for the CPP, because creating a unit demands a lot of resources and paperwork and stuff like that. So we have this unit doing its job. We trained the frontliners and the commanders, and whenever an emergency is there, we can have a task force and intervene. Thank you.
That's very impressive. Thank you so much. Colonel Ngom, you have been Director of Archives and Historical Heritage of the Senegalese Armed Forces. So what is your specific connection to cultural property within the armed forces, and how do you train your soldiers to respect and preferably protect cultural heritage?
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers who invited us to take part in this important event. And for those who don't know where is Senegal, I would like to tell you that Senegal is the foremost Western foremost country in Africa, and maybe the most peaceful in Africa also, because we never had a coup d'etat, as you know. I've been appointed Director of Archive and Historical Heritage 4 months ago, so it's not, I just got on the path, but I can say that I have a very big role in protection of cultural heritage, because we have the habit of training our soldiers before they get deployed on the ground. We have pre-deployment training, and during this pre-deployment training, we used to train our soldiers, teach them how to protect the cultural heritage. And when they go on the ground, they know exactly what to do. They know how to protect, and they abide by the instructions that are in the Hague Convention. And also, we used to work with UNESCO and ICRC, and mostly we teach them how to respect the principle of distinction, the principle of proportionality, because they need to understand when they are on the ground what is the cultural protection property that we must protect. So if they know and can distinct this that this is part of the cultural property, they know that they don't have to destroy it, or they have to protect that cultural property. So maybe further later on, I will give more information about that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very much looking forward to the more detailed examples. That's, as you say, the second round of questions. For now, I would like to continue with Captain Lebert. France has a long-standing expertise in cultural property protection. Could you briefly outline how you have implemented CPP specialists in the French army, and what you're going to develop CPP into in France, but also for missions abroad?
Actually, as we saw today and yesterday, every country have a different system. So in France, we have within the French Army another system which is run by the French Army Heritage Office, which is set at the Army General Staff in Paris, the DELPAT, and the DELPAT is managing a specific branch of the French Armed Forces, which is our curator. We have 38 Army curator, so active duty soldiers who care about the Army collection and Army museums, and they are also in charge of cultural property protection, which is something quite new for us. We are doing this mission since 6 years, actually, and we learn first from history, from what the French army did during World War I, also World War II, because during those wars we already set specific platoon for the protection of artworks, and we learned from those past history, and we decided in 2017 to recreate a specific capacity, not a specific unit, but a capacity, because we have our army curator, which consists of 2 populations, so young officers, lieutenant, captain, who already have a background in art history, war, we did curator or cultural heritage management at the university or at the École du Louvre, and we have another population, it's mostly for officers in the second part of their career who want to join the Army Heritage System, and then they pass a test and we send them for 2 years at the École du Louvre and then at the French National Curator School to become a curator, and with those and they have more experience of the field of the army operations. And with those population of army curator, we develop training, we develop advice for our army staff at every level, at a political level, at a strategical level, but also at a tactical level when we deploy army curator with the troops, as we did in Mali, in Senegal, in Djibouti, in Romania, in Estonia. So everywhere where we have troops, we can send curator for several missions.
And any insights on what you're planning to do next in cultural property protection in the French army?
So we are still sending curator in operation. So the next month we'll have one curator in Chad, for example. Currently we are deeply working for cooperation with the Minister of Cultures, because some years ago it was quite difficult for us to speak with the Ministry of Cultures, but also for the Ministry of Culture to speak with us, because it's another word. And we are working deeply to better implement the Hague Convention, especially to set a specific commission, national consultative commission of the Hague Convention with the Minister of Culture, Minister of Interior, and Minister of Foreign Affairs. This is one point. The second point is to implement, to improve our training for soldiers, but not only curator, but for every soldier, for every branch, from G1, G and S1 to G9 or S9. And also still working for collaboration abroad with our friends and allies, because we learn a lot from what happened in other countries. And the last project currently is to better work with the Minister of Interior and National Territory Command to prepare in case of big event. Maybe we were better prepared in 1938 before World War II as we are today in case of mobilization, in case of protection of our own heritage. So this is actually, after what happened in Ukraine, this is actually our main task.
Thank you. And talking about developments in military cultural property protection, Dr. Rush, who do we need to convince that the topic is important? I mean, we've been talking about this for years now, and everyone in here is for sure convinced that the topic is important, but who do we need to bring on board, both civilian and military-wise?
First of all, thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be on a panel with such esteemed colleagues. Clearly, we need to develop the leadership at the very top. One reason why there was such a successful Monuments Officer initiative is because the military orders came from the supreme commanders at the time. All of us who are invested in this topic can practically recite the quote from General Eisenhower as the Allies invaded continental Europe. So how do we get to those senior commanders? I think we need to be thinking about the long game. We need to make every effort to add cultural property protection to the curricula at our military academies, and also in the US, where we have a reserve officer training course for university students. We were successful because Lieutenant General Eric Peterson added it to the ROTC curriculum when he was Deputy Commander of Cadet Command. And then we have to continue to fight for it to stay in the curriculum as the command changes. But what I've begun to notice is that it's beginning to pay off working with the young cadets. So for example, a young Air Force captain started her interest in cultural property protection by doing an internship with me about 5 or 6 years ago. And as we speak today, she is advising a 4-star Air Force general at a major combatant command. So that's my example of how playing the long game can benefit in some situations. And I'm hoping she was just one of, let's see, 4 cadets over the course of 10 years. That's 40 young rising officers. Also, I mentioned Lieutenant General, now retired Eric Peterson. I began to work with General Peterson when he was a colonel. And so investing in interested officers and also interested personnel at all levels will pay off as they begin to rise through the ranks. And so we've had glimmers of success, but clearly there is still so much more to be done.
That's a very important point you stressed here. Thank you so much. And also thank you for doing all the great work and research into how cultural property protection can benefit the soldiers. You've talked about it yesterday, but also the mission can be a force multiplier if conducted correctly. Staying with benefits and going back to Captain Lebert, you have personal experience. You've been deployed to Mali and taken care of cultural property protection measures there. Do you have examples from your personal experience why and how cultural property protection or not can matter?
So actually we have good and bad experiences with from those deployments. Just to tell you some examples, some good examples is first to explain that CPP is a topic and there was somebody in charge. And after weeks and weeks to explain everybody what was CPP, that I was in charge of CPP and to develop this knowledge, and I could provide some advice to the troops. And at some point, some young lieutenant, before their briefing, they came to me and they asked me, okay, in my future area of operation, what do I have as cultural property? So it was a small victory, at least when a young lieutenant asks this question. So I think, because it will be colonel one day. And also, one bad example, for example, was we had a convoy who just drove through an archaeological site somewhere in the desert. And because I slowly liaise with the heritage community in my area of operations, I just got a WhatsApp and say, Tim, what are the French doing? And this convoy was, they reached the next village and information goes really, really fast. And the people of the village were throwing stone at the convoy. And when they came back to the base, they never understood why is this happening? Why are those people who were really friendly, this time they were really not? And actually we couldn't access the village for the next 3 weeks, only because the commander of this company don't had any idea that there was an archaeological site. It was only in the desert, some small hills, and he never recognized it, only because this site was not on the map. Because we failed with the inventories, and it was not on the national list, it was only on the local list. We never accessed this list. So this is an example of what we learn from failure, I can say. Even if it was okay at the end, we took time to explain, to discuss. This is one bad example we face. As another example was the restoration of the mosque in Timbuktu. We started a CIMIC project. An officer started a project to restore, to help the community, give money to the community to help restore the mosque. And I wasn't back in Paris, but I was still having contact with my friends in Mali. And I got a call and they said, you stop your project. So what kind of project? I have no idea. This is not my project at all. And then he discussed with me to stop a project at the Timbuktu mosque because the religious community was not aware. And I had to explain the French troops and the French commanders that you need to take time, and this is a World Heritage Site. You can't do what you want, and you need to liaise with everybody, with every community. No one can be left on the side of the road. And maybe one last example is when we are deployed, maybe half of the troops were never allowed to go out of the base. That means a lot of soldiers had no idea that there was a World Heritage Site close to Gao, that there was specific cultures in Mali and a long-standing history. And we create with the local Museum of Sahel, we create a small exhibition in the base to explain to soldiers, our own troops, there is culture, there is World Heritage Site, and for that we worked with also our army artists. We are deployed with our army artists also to train the troops that cultures matters and they can learn a lot.
You mentioned a series of connections and collaborations and contacts that you have to pull and need to have in order to make it work when on a mission abroad. Can you kind of sum it up for us? Which connections do you need in a host nation country? Which cooperations and collaborations to make cultural property protection work?
I think first you need to know who's in charge, what is the local authority or the political authority of all heritage. Of course, you need to liaise with the local communities or religious community because sometimes they are in charge also of this heritage. You can liaise with NGOs, and specific for the military, I think NGOs dedicated to heritage or to cultures, because it's not quite common, I think, for the military to liaise with such NGOs, and you can then liaise with schools, with teachers, actually with everybody who could be in charge of cultures. This is really important, and also to liaise with other professionals. I liaise a lot with curator in Mali because I could speak from curator to curator. At some point I was no more a captain, I was only a curator. And we use the same words, we can understand each other, and I was not speaking with military languages, nobody have an ID. And so there is a really large aspect of people of new connection for the army when we engage with cultures.
Thank you for the point. That's definitely one to take away, to talk from curator to curator and not in military language. I think we can all relate to that. Colonel Gom, the Senegalese Armed Forces, you have a lot of experience in missions abroad as well since the 1960s. I am looking forward to the examples you mentioned earlier on how cultural property and its protection is important, what you have experienced over the years, and which examples and lessons learned you can share with us.
Yes, Senegal has a long-standing tradition in peacekeeping operations. Since 1960, we have been sending troops on the ground under the banner of the United States and also on the ECOWAS and UA. So whenever people are deemed to be deployed on the ground, we used to train them during the pre-deployment operations. And the Senegalese soldier also, at the very early moment he joins the army, he goes on the training on the cultural property protection, so that when they are on the ground, they know exactly what to do, and they know exactly how to behave. We have rules of engagements, and they are supplemented by what we call in our country rules of behavior, because you can have some cultural property in front of you, and if you don't have instructions in the rules of engagement, you have to create other rules of behavior so that you now know exactly how to behave in front of this cultural property. And we have also, in conjunction with the UNESCO and ICRC, we have some sort of training we are going through, so that even at all levels, from the soldiers to the NCOs to the officers. So we take them through training, so that all of them know exactly how to protect the cultural property on the ground.
It's most impressive, especially to hear, since you're doing this for so many decades now. Thank you very much for these insights. I will stick with missions abroad and ask the Carabinieri. You're also participating in missions abroad, of course, with a very specific and special focus, of course. What are your specific tasks when it comes to cultural property protection in missions abroad? And do you have some telling examples that you want to share with us?
Okay, firstly, I have to refer in this meeting an important innovation inside our operational system. In 2016, Italy signed an agreement with UNESCO for the creation of a new task force called Caschi Blu della Cultura, translated Blue Helmets of Culture. This new task force is a mix between military personnel from Carabinieri TPC and civilian personnel from among the experts of our Ministry of Culture. Among them, you can find archaeologists, architects, collection curators, restorers, and this concept is very, very important in global strategy of CPP, because we are strongly convinced that the secret to success is the collaboration, the synergy between military and civilian personnel, of course. Our task force is made up, of course, to be employed also abroad. And he is employed in countries such as Mexico, Albania, Lebanon, and Croatia. And also to conduct training in other countries, for example, in Kosovo, Iraq, Ecuador, Mexico, Albania, Bolivia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Cuba, El Salvador, Iran, Libya, Palestine, Peru, and Qatar. I'm sorry, but I must read because it's impossible for my memory. So the main duty of this important task force is divided in two parts. We have a preventive duty, of course, when the task force intervenes to support the local authority responsible of the protection of cultural heritage for preparing measures to limit the risks that crisis or emergency situation could cause to the national cultural heritage. And another kind of duty is operational duties in times and areas of crisis, when the task force intervenes in a security framework. Sorry, this concept I will talk after on this particular concept. The task force can intervene in security framework. This is a very important concept. Intervene to support or replace, if necessary, the local authority responsible for protection due to crisis or emergency that have compromised the national cultural heritage. The formula of employing this task force is under UNESCO invitation. This task force can be displayed abroad under UNESCO invitation, but not only. Also with an agreement between countries, country interested to the use of this task force. And of course, it's easy to understand that we can use this task force for emergency like natural disaster, earthquakes, flood, but also in situation of crisis. And we say that the situation of crisis we can limit in two particular moments in the pre-bellic phase and post-bellic phase. I mean, before the war and after the war. Let me say that I believe that in 21st century, these two concepts, before pre-bellic and post-bellic, are quite fixed. There is an interesting book written the last century by an American author, Victor Anson Davis, titled The Western Way of War. In this book, the author says that we, Western country, and when I say Western country, I include also Russia. We, Western country, we have a particular vision, a particular idea of the war, of the phenomenon of the war, more or less a liturgical idea. Because the origin of our Western idea belongs to the archaic period of the ancient Greece, in the 6th century before Christ, when among that society there were not professional soldiers, with just few exceptions, for example, the Spartan society. And the people make the other jobs, other works. So they limited for the war just a few periods in the years, generally in the summertime. Not only. Before of the war, the two competitors meet themselves to decide the day for the battlefield, generally a flat ground to display in the best way the hoplitic formation. And so existed a moment before the war, the declaration of the war, the fighting war and the end of the war, the peace, the armistice. Okay, these are Western concepts. No more useful in the 21st century. I'm sorry, but we have also historical example for the last century when you can remember the Japanese Empire attacked with a predatory attack the US Navy in Pearl Harbor without a formal declaration of war. Because were two cultures, a non-Western culture against a Western culture. And also after the USA Army, the most powerful army in our history, had a lot of troubles in Korea, in Vietnam, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, for this reason. I'm sorry, but I believe that it's impossible to imagine a situation of a crisis by the Western idea of the crisis, of the war, because the situation is changed, of course. One step before, talking about our task force, we have some specific duties that are very important for the coalition provisional authority. The first is to survey the archaeological sites and monuments, of course. Second, the individuation and the safety of the monuments or also of the shelters where are preserved the movable cultural assets. Third, very important, one of the most important duty of this task force is the cataloging of the items, because I am strongly convinced that it's impossible any kind of protection if you don't know what you have to protect. We must know the items, the kind of items, the number. We must have the right information before every kind of preventive and, of course, repressive activity. Not only. Other duties are to register the immovable properties and shelters for the enhanced protection provided by the second protocol of Hague Convention of 1954. And also, we provide the training for the local police forces and others, for example, for the local administrations responsible for the protection of cultural heritage. And at last, also, of course, we can collect the informations regarding the stolen cultural items to implement our data bank, and not only our data bank, but also, of course, the Interpol data bank. Finish.
I'm sure you're not at all finished, and we could go on for hours maybe regarding what the TPC does and has been doing abroad, but we leave it there for the moment. Thank you. Missions abroad and culture, there's very often a link to diplomacy, and cultural diplomacy and cultural heritage and heritage protection are very often mentioned together. Dr. Rush, what chances do you see in this connection? And one of your specialities is key leader engagement. What chances do you see, again, in that connection, cultural heritage protection, diplomacy, and key leader engagement?
Thank you for that question. First, I do want to mention to Lieutenant Colonel Marsilia that at a cultural diplomatic engagement in Honduras, I was all prepared to give a presentation to Honduran soldiers and police on how to protect churches. And I pulled up the Carabinieri guide to liturgical ecclesiastical protection. And the Hondurans said, wait, no, the Carabinieri have been here already. We do not need your talk. So we had a coffee break instead. So I thank you. But so there's no question that your sharing of expertise around the world has made an enormous difference and actually also illustrates that potential role that cultural diplomacy can play when it comes to cultural heritage. My warning, though, is, and just as your example, it can go wrong if we don't think carefully and listen first before we launch into our well-meaning efforts in terms of training or reconstruction, because we need to really be paying close attention to what is it that the community really wants to reconstruct first or wants to learn about first. And so I've seen so many well-meaning initiatives go off the rails where a prominent international museum or group of museums will choose a damaged museum in another location and say, we're coming, we're here, we're going to rebuild your museum, stand aside and let us go to work. And it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone in this room that that behavior makes people really, really angry. And the better approach is to go to those different community organizations, just like you've been working with Bilotti, and you mentioned the NGOs, to say, what would you like to see us help rebuild first? How can we help you in the most effective ways? In some of these communities, tiny places of worship in small neighborhoods throughout the city, they all needed to be rebuilt. And when if the well-meaning outsiders had taken the time, not only would that have been an excellent example of cultural diplomacy, but that's also how you rebuild the fabric of a community post-conflict. And we also, in the Western, certainly in the US, we also need to be thinking about where heritage recovery fits in terms of total recovery in a post-conflict situation. One of our most informed commanding generals, Lieutenant General Walter Pyatt, understood cultural property protection as well or better than any other senior leader I've ever worked with. And he was in charge in Baghdad during recovery in Mosul. When the mayor of West Mosul came with his priorities, They had issues, no water, no food, no shelter, damage everywhere, but recovering heritage was in their top 10 list of priorities. And that was so difficult for even the most informed American commander to understand, because recovering heritage probably would not show up in the top 10 of a US priority in terms of recovery. And even with that advanced understanding, the civil affairs officers working for General Pyatt still had to keep advocating. Sir, it's in the top 10. Sir, we need to be thinking about the list the mayor has provided. And I received an email during that time. It was, Dr. Rush, here's the list of all of the destroyed properties. What would you pick first? And I remember seeing this email saying, no, this is too hard, the question. But the more I thought about it, and I have no idea if this is the right answer, but I thought in the midst of all that devastation, I looked at a satellite photo, and there was a big tree still standing in the courtyard of the mosque. And I said, you know, if perhaps you could save a garden and make it safe, there would be a place where these citizens could go, even if it might be for 2 minutes, of an escape from everything else going on. And so sometimes thinking about what could help in that most immediate need, but also then being receptive and certainly asking the imam or asking the mayor, how about the garden, before taking action. But thinking, listening, and then respecting those considerations would be my advice.
Thank you for that advice, which we definitely should heed. Since you mentioned talking to the communities, talking to the authorities of the host nation, General, you already talked about NGOs and cooperation, the wonderful connection and collaboration with Biladi that we saw yesterday also in the video message, but you also have UNIFIL based in your country, so you have the perspective of the host nation as well. What advice and good practices, or maybe bad practices, could you give us when it comes to understanding on how to best cooperate when it comes to heritage protection and coming in a country that is not yours?
For that reason, we're the difference of the others. We're not expeditionary forces. We're deployed in our own territory, so it's a different concept. That's why we coordinate with everyone there as one of us, including the UNIFIL, because there's been a long history with them there. So it's not only with the NGOs, we have MOUs with university also, with the Notre Dame University, the Holy Spirit University, the Lebanese University. We have with the Notre Dame University, a curriculum, a syllabus for the CPP. It's ongoing. They will take our syllabus to implement it as a minor there and as a diploma for the army. So we're working in different facets. With the UNIFIL, we have contact with all of them, but they don't operate in Beirut. We go there. You know what I mean? So I visit them in the east sector for the Spanish contingent there. They visit us in the regiment for cooperation. And through the headquarters, we collaborate with friendly forces like the French, the US, and the Italian, because we have always teams there to train together. We learn a lot from them. For example, we attended the first, the second, the third, and the fourth AMOT course consequently with Colonel Jesse and we have basic course, advanced course with the Carabinieri TPC, and of course with Delpat we have a lot of collaboration, basic, advanced course, different type of course, joint manual we're about to write. So we have a lot of activities to coordinate with. Is that the answer?
Absolutely, thank you. But nevertheless, I'll stay with you. And Lebanon, you have a very critical situation at the moment. There are people's lives at stake, as we well know, but also cultural heritage. So my question in that regard is, how do you approach this challenge of protecting cultural heritage from destruction? And also, is there any exchange with the Israeli armed forces regarding cultural heritage in your country and protection measures?
First, including the collaboration, we collaborate a lot with the Ministry of Culture, with the DGA exactly. So we have, like 2 years ago, a paper signed with them to give them support in anything they need with the cultural property protection. So proactively, we evacuated Saida and Tyre, the movable objects, priceless movable, unique pieces. We evacuated toward Beirut, but not with the mobile team, not with the Blue Shield emblem, because of the, we didn't want to panic the people, because the war didn't start yet, and we don't want to let the people, the populace, feel like they're evacuating, so something is going on. So we evacuated undercover, not undercover, with white vehicles, with the DGA director on board. This is the first proactive phase. The second, we set up a strategy for the immovable objects, along with Biladi and others, how to protect all the immovable objects inside the National Museum and Surso Museum, which is half civilian. So we prepared the strategy that consists of geotextiles, sandbags, and stones fabricated in the regiment, and plywood in a way that all collateral damage can be protected from, the collateral damage only. For the connection with Israel, there's no direct channels with them. It's through the UNIFIL or through the mediators who came from diplomacy, but not directly. The measures we took, you know, the DGA submitted to the UNESCO yesterday, Mrs. Anna said so, 34 sites to be put on an enhanced protection. These 34 sites need to pass by the HQ in Lebanon to put the geogrids and to make sure that we don't use it for military use. So we did this in a very fast way, in a very not normal way, and we took it by hand to the minister, and we told him, you need to sign the 5.2 paragraph for each site to make sure we have the meeting on the 18th for the enhanced protection. So we did this, and it's submitted there with all the maps necessary and in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture. In our turn, as a regiment, we took this as a base, and we elaborated a no-strike list, since we're at war. So this no-strike list was published to everybody on the ground, including the Israeli, through the UNIFIL, of course, all the ministries, police, civil defense, everybody is on board, including the Ministry of Culture, to give us more sites so we can update the no-strike list. This is what we can do now. As you said, sir, pre-Bellic and post-Bellic. No, we're Bellic now. So, thank you.
And staying with that Bellic phase, and addressing the, well, elephant in the room is maybe the wrong word, because we've talked a lot about Ukraine already during the last day and a half. My final question, or almost final question to the 5 panelists on stage, but also to you in the audience, is very much related to the Hague Convention, which celebrates its 70th anniversary this year, and the conflicts we've seen evolving over the last few years, especially the one in Ukraine as a peer-to-peer conventional conflict, which has reminded us all that the Hague Convention and protection for cultural property is very much important still in the 21st century. And if you think back to the panel discussion yesterday, this was exactly the topic of that discussion. Is the Hague Convention still valid? Is it outdated? What can we do to best implement its measures? And I have 3 main questions that I would like to put to the panelists, but then also to you in the audience. Which lessons can we learn from the war in Ukraine in regard to protecting cultural heritage? Where is military cultural property heading? Which direction is it taking? Which direction should it take? In which direction do we need to develop the topic to best protect cultural property during armed conflict? And the third one, how do we count the soldiers and combatant commanders who say that protecting cultural property is very good and very fine in peacekeeping operations, but not in a fully fledged war scenario? A lot of questions, difficult questions, in my opinion. Captain Lebert, can we start with you? Your thoughts on these questions?
Well, actually, it's a lot of questions. I took some notes. And, well, first, I think as a military, we don't have to fight the wrong battle. I mean, cultural property protection is fine, but as a military, I always advocate for a military protection of cultural property. This is not the same definition. And for me, a military protection of cultural property is a protection made by the military for the military first. That means first to adapt this system within your staff and your procedures with a military vocabulary, but also by adapting military procedures and materials for the purpose of a better protection of cultural property. This means to really decline or to translate the 1954 Hague Convention in military terms. As we mentioned earlier this morning, to protect, this means nothing. Sorry. To protect, what is the translation of a military protection in real? It depends on the degree of violence, what is your commander intent, and there is many actions you can do. Sometimes if I just advise my commander, it's only one step to better protect cultural property. So I think as a military, we really need to go in detail in small actions for better military protection of cultural property. So this is one thing. During armed conflict, and especially when we refer to what happened in Eastern Europe currently, first we need to be prepared. So peacetime preparation is key, as mentioned in Article 7 of the Hague Convention, to prepare during peacetime specialized personnel or unit, etc. That means maybe we don't need 2,000 active duty military during peacetime to focus on CPP. Maybe 2 or 3 in a staff is enough. But as the conflict starts, and it's maybe our Ukrainian colleagues, they failed to create a specific CPP unit in 2013. They wanted to do, and at that time, the Ukrainian staff said, no, it's not important enough. So, and now they are rushing to create such units, they said last December. And for that, and this is maybe still our major task, is we need to build trust. How can we convince our commanders that by giving time, personnel, materials to avoid destruction, this is a key of success. This is really difficult to explain this, that if nothing happens, it's a victory. In military terms, it's also a good argument to advocate, so what is a positive way for the military protection of cultural property? So I think it's still our job, so it's still what we have to do for the next decade and for the next years.
In my experience, the multidisciplinary training is a must to make all the ministries interoperable. This is one of the problems. We don't talk to each other. So we have a huge assets in the army, but we need to put it for the sake of the cultural property. For that, we need to talk. So this is one of the things that we are working on. We have, like, they pinpoint me as a point of contact for the cultural property, and I have to deal with all the ministries. So far, so good. But it needs to be followed up. And the training we're doing in the regiment basically is the multidisciplinary. We have Interpol on board, we have internal security forces, we have civil defense, Red Cross, DGA, museum directors, librarian, so we can understand each other, as he said. what the term means in military vocabulary. Thank you.
I think we need to encourage our military leaders who try to make that argument that cultural property doesn't fit in peer-to-peer conflict to look at the lessons of past peer-to-peer conflicts. Since we're in Vienna, I'll mention first the saving of the Lipizan stallions at the end of World War II. And I don't think there is a single American officer or military person that regrets the effort that was made to save such a key piece of Austrian cultural property. But on a grander scale, it's my personal belief that Secretary Stimson's advice to the president that Kyoto shrines should be spared during the nuclear weapons assault on Japan, as well as the Imperial Palace, made the decision to surrender was clearly an incredibly difficult one for the Emperor of Japan. In my personal opinion, the US decision to save key cultural property in imminent attacks made it easier for the Emperor to make that decision on behalf of the Japanese people. And as a result, thousands and thousands and thousands of lives were saved on all sides. And so we need to encourage our military leaders and those of us who give that argument to look at the lessons of the past and think about the history.
I don't have many ideas about the war in Ukraine, but what I think is today we can notice that more than 3.5 billion worth of destruction on cultural property have been noticed during this war. So sometimes we have papers like the Hague Convention of 1954, but once the outreach of the war has started, there is no way that these rules are implemented on the ground. So it is very difficult to implement the instructions that are on our papers on the ground once the war starts. So I think people should start the sensitization, the training of the leadership before the wars. So maybe that would help people not to arrive on the stage where we are now.
Totally according with my colleagues, I would like in this side suggest the key word of the CPP in 21st century. The key word is dissemination. Is from the Latin disseminare, that is the action of the farmer when throws seeds on the ground. We must do dissemination of what? Of awarenesses, of right good informations, of training, because the secret of cultural property protection is the support to the local communities, that they are only the only owners of their own cultural heritages. At national level and abroad, not only, we must collaborate with the local authorities, with the local responsible for the protection of cultural heritage. And of course, we must give the right information to our soldiers, because this is very important. And for this reason, I appreciate very much the precious job, the precious work of Dr. Lori Rush among the US Army, because also thanks to Dr. Lori Rush, is changing the last year totally the sensibility of our troops during this kind of missions in crisis area. Thanks.
Thank you all for your ideas. There's more. Yes, please.
One more thing is the proceeding of the La Hague conference, the UNESCO proceedings, the conference that deals directly with the military. This should be worked on. We need to see, results of this, because it's the first time that the UNESCO will deal directly with the military, which is very good.
Absolutely an important milestone. Thank you for reminding us of that. With that, I would, as I told you, open the discussion. I would still be very much interested in your thoughts about where we should develop cultural property protection, in which direction, what we should develop it into to make sure that the spirit of the Hague Convention of 1954 is still valid in the 21st century and remains valid, and that we can successfully protect cultural property in armed conflict, as Captain Lebert mentioned, also to have a military cultural property protection for and by the military, which is a very important aspect of this conference, which is addressed at military personnel foremost. But also, if you have any questions that you would like to ask to the panelists, you can also include them to your comments. We are very much looking forward to them.
Yes, thank you very much for your very enlightening presentations and the talks. I have a question to Lieutenant Colonel of the Carabinieri, Giuseppe. You talked a lot about, there was one sentence that struck me a lot. You said, what we don't have in our inventories, when we don't have documentation, it is not there. So for whatever reason, for safety reason, for security, criminal investigations whatsoever. My question to the panelists is, because this is what my team and we are very interested in on a scientific approach we want to host in the next year here in Austria. What is the effort you do undertake when it comes to training within the, let's say, evacuation of digital data? Because I know that a lot of museums, not only in Europe but worldwide, at the moment are putting a lot of efforts in to continue digitalized inventories. So now when we have an evacuation emergency, what about those data? Where are they? Where to put them? Is that a content of your trainings also when you have that for the frontline officers? Thank you.
Yes, of course. This important, very important argument is a part of our normal training activity because it's fundamental. I remember I am an investigator, so without right information, we can't do any kind of action, of protection, of investigation, and others. For the upgrading of this kind of database, for example, now is very useful, the digitalization of all museums, the main collection of our museums. We are working, we are daily, every day, we are upgrade our systems. Of course, the last example is the new system SWORDS, the application of IA to our system database. But I confirm that the first step for a good, strategical, efficient cultural property protection is the cataloging, is the formation, also the training to make the personnel able to catalog our cultural assets. Of course, I'm sure, I agree with you. No. I don't know the situation of other countries. I can tell that in Italy we have an excellent service of cataloging at central level and the peripheric level by the peripheric office of Ministry of Culture. Not only, 25 years ago we signed an agreement with our CEI, is the Convention of Bishops of a Catholic Church, for the inventory of all the cultural items of our church in all the territory. It was a huge work. You can imagine the quantitative of these cultural assets. And so the situation in Italy is at a good level. But this is an excellent model to export also in other countries, for other situations. I agree with you, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Well, I believe we started picking up the keywords and at this moment, I believe one of the key points that I would like to, the major one is of course the lessons learned. Lessons learned would help us realize the things that we haven't done in the past and we're about to do now. And I believe we are moving there, and there is a very strong will on international level, including the international partnership, learning from each other, assisting each other, and this is really important. And of course, talking about the lessons learned, I totally agree with the colleague from the French army who said that we drew the lessons on the inventorization when there was a situation in Mali. But I think that would also help us improve the training capacities, the materials, operational strategies for the future implementations, and etc. On what the Lieutenant Colonel has said about the comparative analysis of the 20th century and the 21st century, I totally agree that the times have changed, that the 21st century is indeed different with more modern challenges, different challenges, but I would slightly disagree on the source of the troubles. Because unfortunately, source of the troubles remain, and in a broader sense, there are similarities. One of those sources of the troubles is the occupation of the sovereign and independent territories of the member states of the UN, and which leads to the most devastating damage, a full destruction and devastations of the cultural heritage. And in most of the cases, irreparable. In most of the cases, you know, and we have lived through.
I think that this is a part of the modern warfare.
Yes, this is, I'm also coming. And one of the key components in this, sorry, I mean, this is just a thought that I wanted to share. One of the important thoughts, and I believe we discussed earlier, this is indeed a modern urban warfare. This is what a real combat situation is facing. And you've asked an excellent question to the panelists about the full-fledged war and the peace operations. They are totally different, of course, in terms of the challenges. In a modern warfare, what we faced, for example, in our region, was, of course, the urban warfare, where the major challenge were the, for example, the facilities. Well, we had the situation when the enemy was in the sites and even in the kindergarten. I mean, these are the very important things. So that's why I believe these challenges have to be accumulated, drawing very strong differences between the real warfare and peace-building operations. And I'm very grateful what the member states are doing. And I believe that what Dr. Rush said, it should be included in the military curricula. And indeed, CPP should be regarded as part of the operational integrity along with the humanitarian issues. So, you know, at least we could go into the roots of the troubles facing this, and it would be a part of our integrity. I mean, it's part of the, you know, the morale or a strategy. Or thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you mentioned one of the challenges that we haven't addressed here is cultural heritage being targeted as part of the civilian infrastructure, which is, yeah, we witnessed that, and we can add this to our list of challenges, not only in the 21st century, but definitely being of major importance within the whole field. There was a question somewhere, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I have a question to Dr. Rush. You were talking about key leader engagement and quite an important tool. So from your experience with, for example, non-compliant or non-willing key leaders, what kind of measures or actions would you recommend if they are not willing or non-compliant? It can happen.
Yes, indeed. It's true that we're facing some pretty seriously non-compliant key leaders in the modern conflicts. And my experience is much more with coaching and role-playing with soldiers, preparing them for key leader engagements. And so I get to be the minister of culture of the fake country of Ethiopia and in order to work with our soldiers. One of the lessons that our soldiers have taught me, though, in a key leader engagement is to try and think of creative ways to reward a key leader during the course of as the engagement is unfolding. So, and granted, the role playing we've done has been on a very, not on a global interaction scale, but for example, if the key leader wanted some key information about maybe a transport route for humanitarian aid, then we coach our people to get something in exchange for that reward for the key leader. So at a lower level, there are ways if the leaders that you're sending into the engagement are prepared to be good at bargaining, then they get more concessions. And also it can work in the reverse. When you do have a key leader that just isn't cooperating on any level, well, they're going to come out of the engagement without any of the issues, questions that they wanted to gain or get answered to be successful. So it's a question of thinking about a reward-based system and trying to think about how to gain what you need by enticing an adversarial leader into giving up something for something that they may want. So that's the basis of how we teach it. But I wish, as someone said yesterday, if we had some of these answers, we could have a Nobel Peace Prize. and so unfortunately, I don't have that level of answer, but thank you.
Well, we definitely continue working towards that Nobel Peace Prize, all of us here together. Are there any further questions or comments from the audience? No, you're all very much looking forward to the visit to the Military Museum. I see that. So I'm not done here, so I'm not leaving you to go yet. But thank you nevertheless for summing up all the ways ahead and possibilities, starting with talking to each other on a multidisciplinary approach and area, and connecting different ministries, entities, everyone basically who has dealings with cultural heritage, but not forgetting the military and making sure that military cultural property protection centers on military needs and necessities, and not to make the military the loser in preparing cultural heritage and its protection. You mentioned dissemination as one of the topics of the 21st century, linking back, in my opinion, to what Mr. Pinneker said earlier today, advertising what we are doing and also benefits of cultural heritage protection, or pressuring the superior to be a pain until he or she does what you want them to do. And asking, communicating with the local communities who own the cultural heritage and to live with it on a daily basis and to have protected it for centuries and want to keep on doing so and having it in their daily lives. I would like to end this panel discussion with a very brief question, last question to all of you here. We've all been working in cultural property protection for some years now, and I would say that in the last 10 to 15 years, a lot has changed. Could you give us maybe one sentence or one keyword in which cultural property protection in the military sphere or in the sphere of civil-military cooperation has changed over the last 10 to 15 years that has struck you and stuck with you and that you want to highlight? I would start with myself. For me, one of the major takeaways was to be able to finally highlight benefits of cultural property and not having to say only, oh, sir, ma'am, it's a legal obligation. We have to do it, but there are no benefits to it. So highlighting benefits was definitely one of my major takeaways from the last 10 years.
For me, having it be from the U.S. point of view non-existent in 2004, or barely existing, to seeing it at the table at NATO and the major commands around the world and for like this, I think has been hugely rewarding to watch. And I really appreciated when you said it's better now than it was.
It's only 4 years. This is the 5th year I'm in this field. And yes, it's changed. Before, we didn't have this really flexible collaboration with the civilian populace as military. We need a lot of hierarchy to pass through. But after the port explosion, the harbor explosion, 2020, these walls were taken off. So we're really in good terms with the community. So the community looked to the army as the only savior. And we opened our door. So that's why the collaboration with the population is really smooth and fruitful.
I had a meeting at the Army General Staff 4 years ago with a general, which is the boss of my boss of my boss. At that time, I had 30 minutes to brief him about CPP and to try to convince him that it was a topic, it was an important topic, and we had some knowledge to work about. It was actually to ask him the permission to work. And he said, well, Captain, if you like to play, you can play with that topic. That's it. Boom. 30 seconds. And last week, I met this general who is now the chief of staff of the army. And he said to me face to face, I was wrong, Captain, so go forward.
I have just an anecdotic story from my personal experience. That it's significant to understand the change in this period, in this moment. 21 years ago, I was employed in the Museum of Baghdad to investigate for the looting of archaeological items from that museum. I must remember that that is one of the most important museums in the world, because you can imagine the variety, the richness of cultural items inside this important museum. A group of rioters attacked the Museum of Baghdad during the final attack of USA Army in Baghdad. The problem was been that during the attack of these rioters in the museum, outside the museum, in front of the main entrance of museum, was stationed an American platoon of USA Army, Fusilier platoon. And so after the international press asked to USA Army why they didn't stop the rioters during the attack, a simple question. And the answer was also simple. They say that was not our job. This is the prehistory of the CPP. Today, the situation is totally changed because among our soldiers, among our troops, exists another kind of sensibility. And also thanks to the work of Dr. Lori Rash, it's changing also the vision of our soldiers employed in this crisis area. So, at the final, I am optimist for the future. Thanks.
Well, for me, I think the situation has changed because I just take one example in 1998 when we were in the war in Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, in Africa. There was indiscriminate bombings. So we were seeing just in front of us the mosque, the schools, the churches being destroyed. So who cares? Who cares? Nobody. So people are just bombing and everything was being destroyed in front of us. But today I think we have some jurisdictional instruments like the Hague Convention, and its protocols. And we have many other conventions that are dealing with the protection of cultural property. So I think today we can say that the situation has changed. This is what I just think about it.
Thank you all for your thoughts and final words in this panel discussion. Before I hand back to our colleagues from the National Defense Academy, I ask you all to give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much for joining me up here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. For the ones who I haven't met, my name is Anna Pur, and I have only a quick organizational announcement. So for the online participants, this is the end of the program for today. Thank you very much and goodbye, and it will continue tomorrow at 9 o'clock. For all conference participants, there will be now cold appetizers, snacks in the outside. And then the program to the museum will start. So we will meet outside at 5 o'clock. The bus is going. So please be a little bit, like in 1 hour. If we meet in 1 hour, it would be perfect. And take your stuff, take your bags and your coats, because we will not get back inside the National Defense Academy. And we will take the back exit because the buses will wait in the courtyard. I'm not finished yet, so there are 2 buses. Please find a sign for German-speaking tours. So everyone who speaks German, please go to this bus. And then there is 1 bus for the English-speaking tour. In the buses, again, take all your stuff. There is a garderobe at the museum, so you can put it there. We will have a tour. And when the museum visit is finished, there is only 1 bus for the participants. You then can take the bus that is standing there without a separation. And the bus will go back to this location here for everyone who is located, like who has the accommodation close to the National Defense Academy. And afterwards, the bus will go to Breitensee Wohnheim for the participants who are staying there. So with that, I will leave it, and I will see you outside and the rest of the online tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.